yesterday we were talking about access controls, right? Okay. So yesterday we were discussing about ACLs, right?
Hello.
Let me revise what we have. Yeah. Is my voice audible and is my screen visible? Is my voice audible and my screen visible?
Yes, Lakshmi.
All right. Yeah. So since just I have logged in, the all the ACLs will be not editable for me. So in order to make something editable, especially this thing, we require security admin role. For that, we will need to elevate our role to security admin first thing. And the other one is, as I told you, we have several ACLs across each table, right? So each ACL is responsible for a certain thing. For example, each table has an ACL called table level ACL, and then all fields ACL, specific fields ACL. Okay. So now imagine table level ACL to be your um, main gate. Okay. This
Hello,
is
ma'am.
like,
Could you explain my question that I would shared on WhatsApp, please?
okay, let me check on the WhatsApp.
Hello.
Yes, yes, I'm looking at the WhatsApp right now.
Voice is not audible.
Yes, I'm looking at the WhatsApp right now. Okay, it is Arsha, right? Uh, dev dev108901.servicenow.com. And to the rest of the people, just hold on for 2 minutes. We'll get this sorted before we join into our today's class. Dev108901. Script include. And where have you been using your script include, Harsha?
Yeah, I think it's a custom catalog at least.
Yeah, this catalog utils, I mean, where you're calling. Are you calling it in your client script? Are you calling it in your business rule?
Yeah,
Where are you?
to client script, ma'am, actually, for work desk for home.
This one?
Yeah, work desk for home India.
Okay, there are two. I'm gonna deactivate one of these. Okay, I'll
Okay, ma'am.
deactivate random one. On change of request type. change of request type, request for self and team. All right. So what he's trying to do is whenever we change the variable request type drop down, at that time it's going to check for the value of the request type and store it. And if the value is found to be self, then it will call the script include, and then these things will happen. Like, let me check first of all whether it is going inside this if loop, right? Only if it goes inside this if loop, you will get something. So what we would do is we will keep an alert message as a debugging measure. So I'm choosing self. Yes, it goes inside this thing, not a problem. Then what he does is it goes to the script include, which is fine. Just want to make sure if spelling and everything is correct. Looks like a problem in that. I'm copying this, okay? Control copy, Control F, Control V. Okay, that is correct, only fine. Get duplicate records for work disk. Add param, spam name sysid, spam name sysid, which is correct. Okay, let me see what this answer is. Okay, gs.add info. So in client script, you have to put alert for debugging. For server side script like script include or business rule, you have to put gs.add info.
Okay.
So let me try to print what I'm getting in my answer. Again, after saving, I'm going to refresh this form for testing. Request for self. Okay, we didn't get any info message here, which means that there were no records satisfying this condition. Arsha, I think there are no matching condition. That is why you did not get any output.
Okay.
But let us confirm. Let us confirm. Okay, you didn't even get this one. So I assume the function calling itself is wrong. Let me check if this is get parameter or get param. Let me cross verify it with my script include. Okay, get parameter is a camel case, right?
Yeah.
Camel case means the two words, first word will be completely in small, second word, first letter will be in capitals.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's save this and check it finally. Okay, this is one thing, and let me see something else. Still it doesn't work. So I'm trying to see I'm trying to see, I changed it to all application scopes. I'm trying to see if I can get the first line of the my function. I'm not writing any code after that, just the first line of my function, is it printing or not? Hmm. Okay, let me look at your on behalf of variable name, because I'm trying to print alert light form get value of on behalf. It is not printing anything. Okay, so this is your problem, right? So your on behalf of variable backend name is request underscore on behalf, but here in when you're calling, you're just putting on behalf. So you have to put the right name. So I'm saving this, changing and saving this up. After switching to self, the first alert message is self, fine. The second alert message is supposed to be this, which is not coming up. I'm just doubting now your glide ajax calling. If it's for, I think it's not following camel case maybe. Let me confirm that. Okay, which is right as well. Custom catalog utils, custom catalog utils. Okay, if we keep the alert inside, it is not working. Asha, give me like 10 minutes. We will have our break at 9 o'clock, right? At that time, we'll sit and see this, okay? Just
Okay,
you
ma'am.
and I will sit and see. The other people can go for break at around 9 o'clock. At that time, we'll see that. This tab, I'll keep it open on side. Rest all close it. Right. So, in
Hello.
the interest of, yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, ma'am. I shared on WhatsApp. Please look at that.
Let me check. Glide form dot get value of number. Glide ajax add param. Document dot get attribute of answer. Okay, you're using glide aggregate. Fine. Okay, the script so far looks good, but you're saying you're not getting it right. We will open your instance and check, and that will also will do it at 9 o'clock. Okay, so you also stay back.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so coming back to the actual sessions, we were talking about ACLs, right? Access controls. Access controls means as in the access to your, the level of access that you're granted to access a record or a field of a record, right? So let us say you have incident table, and in incident table, you can, grant or deny access of a complete record, like people can't see the record itself, like that you can do. Otherwise, you can make sure that people can access the record, but it will be like an empty canvas. They will not be able to see any fields. That you can do. Otherwise, you can make people look at a record, look at fields, but only few fields, like one or two fields, not visible for them, like you can restrict that access from them. Like that also you can do. So to put it, in a theoretical way, table level is like a main gate, right? All field levels ACLs are like uh, uh, keys of individual rooms. Like you have a storeroom, you have a main entrance room, you have a bedroom, and each of these room, let us assume you have a separate key. So all field level ACL is nothing but like one magic key that will give you access to all the rooms, right? And this specific field level ACLs are similar to a specific room key. Like if only if you have that specific room key, you will get access. It works like that. For testing, what we can do is we will use one of our custom tables. Um, okay, you remember in one of the previous sessions we created a table called custom table extending task. So what I can do is, right? Let me save like this. Recording. All right. So I'm just preparing my table in order to develop configurations for ACL. So we have this my custom table extending task. In that, you can see so many fields. All these female fields are inherited from task table, right? So we have created two tables, two fields on this table, namely affected user and affected group. Okay, so here you can see. Let us see how we could create ACLs for this. Right click, configure security rules for this table. The table is called my custom table. Let us look at the read ACL of this. So the moment you always create a table, what happens is an ACL gets automatically created. As you know, this table we extended it from a task table, right? So the ACLs of task table will come automatically together. In addition to that, system will automatically create one table level ACL as well. So if you look at the roles required for this table, system will automatically create a role. So all of you guys who had created a table in the past previous session, if you go and see those tables, they will have ACLs by default that was automatically generated by the system, and it will have a role like this based on your table name. My table name is like my custom table extending task. So it automatically created a role called u underscore my custom table extending task underscore user. So it starts with u underscore and finishes with underscore user, and system automatically creates an role like that and gets it mapped. It is your wish continue to with this ACL or modify this ACL as per your requirements. So let us do one thing. We will put up a ACL that somebody requires this role in order to get access to this record, right? So we have a profile called student, right? So let us see what are the kind of roles he's got. It's called ITL roles and all of that. But does he have this custom role? No, it does not have. So let us do one thing. Let's impersonate this user, right? So I have impersonated Mr. Students now. Um, when I try to access this table, right? If you could see just the URL of the table, you cannot have access to it. It says security constraints prevents access to requested page. Why? Because the basic ACL of table, accessing the table itself, he does not have. In order to have this, what he needs to do, he needs to possess one role called u underscore custom table so and so. So what we will do is we're going to give this guy that role. So I'm going to give him this role. After giving him this role, I shall impersonate him back and refresh the same screen. You could see that he got access to the table, right? Now we can also see that he also has access to all the fields of the table. Now we have a requirement that you can see the table, but in order to see the fields, he needs to have a special access. Let us say that is my requirement. What I can do is I can create more roles. So I'm going to roles table, creating a new role, custom table, all fields, right? So I'm going to create a new field level ACL. So in order to create a ACL, I'm going to elevate my profile to security admin. Afterwards, if I try to create a new ACL, it will work. Right, field level ACL. So here I will input my role called custom table all fields. Enable, save this up. Continue. Now you know that this user has a role called custom table extending with task user, which will give him table level access. But for field level, what I had done is I am telling my system configuration that, hey, somebody needs this role. But if you see student.snow user does not have this role yet. So I'm going to impersonate that person and refresh the same screen. You could see that, you could see that you find the difference, right? Like you can see the display field of the ticket, and you could see that there is a record existing. But like it's like an empty canvas. You can't see anything here, right? You can't see anything here. You can't update anything here. Now you understood the difference between table and all fields, right? Table level ACL and all field ACL. Now let me do another thing. So I'm going to create another ACL for a specific field. As I told you, there are three components to an ACL. One is table level, main gate. Like if they do not have access, it will say security constraint, prevented. And if they have access to that table, but a table dot star, right? Instance dot star or the table dot star is not given access, it will say that it will show like an empty canvas if denied. This one will say that security constraint, right? And specific field ACLs. I'll tell you what is how do we create a specific field level ACL. My custom table, right? So I choose this table, and afterwards I will choose affected user field. Okay, affected user. For that I'm going to say I'll not put role, instead I'm going to put another logic. If assign to is dynamic me, what that means is if the assign to of the record, if the assigned to field of the record is same as the logged in person, is dynamic me, right? Me means the person who's logged in, then answer is equal to true, which means grant them an access, right? So when you try to save, system is telling that you have a table dot star, meaning which will apply to table dot star means like it applies to all fields. Now on top of that, you are giving a special field level access only for the field called affected user. So it says that this field level ACL might mask the existing wildcard search ACL, star level ACL. So I'm saying yes, go ahead, continue. So it creates that read ACL for us. Now we will now impersonate this guy. Students know. Before refreshing the screen, I'm going to show you. Students know we have impersonated, and he is the assigned to guy. So what we expect right now is he can't be able to see any fields and work notes because it's a journal entry field. A journal entry means like comments, right? Comments are visible for applicable for everyone, so that you don't have to worry. But especially this affected user field, you should be able to see. Why? Because here we have defined in a condition that for affected user field, if assigned to is me, I need to have access as the answer is true. So let me refresh. Right? You can see that he now sees affected user. Right now you understand the difference of what is a table level ACL, what is a field level ACL, and what is a specific field level ACL, right? Any questions on this?
Also, can we do it for incident table or user table?
Yes, we can do it, but why I demoed it in a custom table is because for incident table out of box you have 10 ACLs. So what I need to do is I need to deactivate all of them to demo it to you. So it will be difficult for me. So that's why I showed it in the uh, our new table, so that it has only one ACL. I can keep on top it up with anything I want. I will tell you why. For demoing, it will be difficult for me to show it in incident table, because I say it's there are existing. Yesterday you saw, right, for table dot none itself, there we had 5 ACLs. On top of it, we created one ACL and we disabled all the remaining 5 ACLs. If at all I did not disable, what will happen is, let us say for incident dot none, meaning table, right, it has 5 ACLs. If you at least satisfy the criteria for one of these 5 ACLs, you will be granted access. So any logged in person, I need to make sure that for demoing, right, for the denial access, I need to make sure that any logged in person or any impersonating person, I need to make sure they do not fall under the category of any of these 5, right? So with regards to
Also,
ACL,
how to deactivate the ACL?
just you have an active checkbox, you disable it.
Oh, okay,
Right, yeah. So okay, so this point, did you understand, like why I'm saying that? See, you have let's say you have 5 ACLs on okay, let us take our table only. Okay, on my custom table I have 5 ACLs, 5 table dot none. This is called table dot none, right? Which is one. This is called table dot none. Like this, I have created 5 ACLs. One says that somebody requires this role. Another one says that assigned to, what else we have, assignment group. I'll put it to right. Okay. So one ACL we have created, and it says that I need to have an role called this role in order to access the table, right? But you can't give everybody this role, right? So you have to do something else. So you can create one more level of access such way that if created by, okay, do we have this created by column? Control F, opened by, all right, opened by. Give read access for opened by table record read access. Insert and stay. Continue. The previous insert and stay. I'm not overriding the existing one. I'm creating a new one. So in this, I will not introduce any roles. Instead, I'm going to say um, opened by is dynamic me. Then enable advanced. In advanced, I'll say answer is equal to true. Right? Done. So we have planned that anybody having a role called a custom table extending task user will have access, and we are saying that somebody who's opened by, they will have access. Let us also do something for assign to. Assign to is dynamic me. Insert and stay. Continue. Now what I will do is I will revoke this custom table extending task user role from this guy. So what do you think? If I revoke this access, should he be having, with whatever change we have done, should he be having access to that record or not?
No.
Yeah, he will have access. The reason is because we ACLs. In the past 5 minutes, we've created 3 ACLs on the same table. You underscore custom extending this thing. I will just filter down to read ACLs. So let me bring the description also here. So the first one tells me that people having the role, this one, right? People having the role called u underscore custom table extending task user shall be granted access. Otherwise, no. Fine. Now, Mr. Student User, will he satisfy this ACL? Answer is no, because we just revoked him of this particular role, so he will not be able to be satisfied into this condition. Fine. So system will look for whether this guy satisfy at least under this ACL. So what does this ACL says? This ACL says if opened by his dynamic me, meaning opened by a student user, then give access. Now who created this task? This task was opened by system administrator, not student user. So will he be granted access based on this? No. So the this last two, you will not be able to get access. Now system is going to check the last ACL, which is this. System is going to check this one, which tells that if the assigned to person is dynamic meaning a student user, right? At that time, give him access. So now there are 3 ACLs for the same requirement, but 2 ACLs tells him, hey, you don't have access, you don't have access. But one thing tells him, hey, you have access. So even if there are 10 things that is telling you you don't have access, and if there is one single thing that is telling you you have access, you will be granted access. As simple as that. Let me impersonate this guy. I'll refresh the screen. All right. So now he is able to see the record, but he is not able to see any of the fields, right? Now let us identify why. Let us also look into the other ACLs. Like we need to right now check the field, the all field ACL. All field ACL tells me that somebody needs to have a role called custom table all fields, right? This guy does not have that role. That is why he's not able to see. If you give him custom table all fields role, what will happen? At that time, he will be able to see. Now, your next question will be how he was able to see this field called affected user. Only that he is able to see. Now, we need to look at the field level ACL of that. For affected user, we have a separate ACL defined. That ACL tells me that if assigned to his dynamic me, this is me, okay, dynamic me, then give him access. So based on that, he was able to access this field. Why he was not able to access other fields is because he did not have a role called custom table all fields. Is that clear? Any doubt so far? All right. Now you might have a confusion right now. We have query business rule, we have ACL. What is the difference between query business rule and ACL, right? So let us try to create a query business rule on this table. I'll tell you what will happen is actually um, elevate roles, security admin. I will disable this for now. Okay, again enabling it. I'll show you in another example. So this table right now has only one record, so I'm going to create one more record. Right? So it now has two records. This table has now got two records. I'm going to impersonate this person. Right? So what happened is you could see that in fact, if you see honestly, there are two records in this table, right? But he's able to see only one record. Reason is he does not have access to the other record because he does not have an assignee role, right? And what is the difference between the ACL and query business rule is query business rule makes sure that before fetching it from the database from server itself, like the moment you try to start querying, at that time itself it will filter down and it will not show you the data. Whereas ACLs, like when you're trying to open the record, when you're trying to open a specific record, only at that time it will evaluate, hey, do you have access or not? You understand the difference, right? I'll put it in another way for you. Okay. So, do you see something called number of rows removed from this list by security constraint 20? If you see this, it is clear and evident that uh, the access has been blocked based on a ACL. But if you have written query business rule instead of this, you will not even see this message, right? So from this, what do you identify? What you identify is from the server system was able to retrieve the 20 records or 68 records, but it is not delivered to the uh, students no user. So from server, the record data has been obtained, but it's not delivered to them. But if you write a query business rule instead of a ACL, what will happen is it will not even say this 20 records. It will say nothing, right? Zero. It will say zero records in this place, no records found, and here it will say no records found. That is the difference. Like if you see it in a simpler level, but if you look at it in an architectural level, ACLs evaluate only when you try to access the record. Like you open up a record and you try to access only at that time it tries to evaluate. Whereas in case of query business rule, at the time it brings and fetches the data from the server. Just before fetching the data itself, it evaluates condition satisfy or not, like that. This is the major difference. But for performance wise, it is always recommended to use ACLs instead of query BRs. Because let us say you have a query BR on user table, right? Let us say you have a query BR on user table, you have an ACL on a user table. Now, when I load this form, my ACL on user table will not be running because right now I'm on incident table. So my ACL on incident table will be only running. My ACL on user table will not be running. However, if you had written a query BR on user table, that will also run here. Why? Why? Because in this form you have a field called caller, which is referenced from a table called user, right? So you're trying to fetch a data from a user table being referenced. So here, if you put an info message, as in like the query BR that you're writing in your user table, right? If you put an info message or log statement, you can identify that the log gets printed even when you try to access an incident record. See, incident record and user record is completely two different tables, but still that query BR will run just because of only reason that here you have a field called caller which is being referenced in user table, right? So the amount of time it is running, the query BR will be very high, because wherever that table field is being referenced, it will go and do its job there. So it's always recommended to use ACLs rather than query BRs. But there might be some very, security constraints, things, as in people will say, uh, the customer should not even see how many records are there. Like, when I impersonated the students, know it says that 1 to 20 records hidden, right? So the people have an idea, oh, this table has 20 records, okay. That, that information itself, for some companies it will be confidential, you don't want to show it to people. At that time they will say, oh, use a method where they do not see even the number of records. At that time you will go with a query BR. Clear? Okay, so with regard to like your technical discussions or interviews, people might be asking a specific question, as in, what is the difference between query BR and ACLs? Give me a use case when you would create that and when you would create this one. And the other one is, tell me what are the types of ACLs and how it works. So if they ask you what is the type of ACL, table level, all fields, and a specific field. These are the types of ACL. And we just looked at read operation, right? Similar to read operation, you can define for create, you can define for delete, like who can delete, who can create, who can write, right? Write as in like edit or enter values in the fields of the form. So like that you can create ACLs for create, delete, and write. When you do it as a assignment, make sure you involve or introduce this write ACL, create ACLs also in your practice lab sessions. And um, just look at this definition. I will explain, but after that you read this, so that it will be double confirmation for you. So system looks at this one, and this ACL is satisfied based on three things. One is roles, second one, third thing. It is not necessary that all the three things has to be available. Like in this case, roles is not available, just condition and script. Sometimes you could just have condition, sometimes you could not have roles and condition, just the script. So it completely depends. It is not necessary that all the three has to be there, but if all the three is there, imagine, then system will follow sequential validation. First, this condition is satisfied. No. Then no means it will not even check the next one. Just stop there. If this condition is satisfied, then it will check this. If this is also satisfied, then only it will check this. So this is how it will work. So after giving this explanation, I will read this for you. So it checks if the user has one of the roles specified in the roles list, or the list is empty. If the list is empty, it will jump right away. If the roles is filled, let us say this has a role called ITL. Next one, it has a role called tech underscore user role. So you do not require all the roles mentioned here. You just require one of the roles specified, right? That should be fine. And then it will check whether condition satisfied or not. Otherwise condition is empty also is good, because condition is empty means what, like this, which means empty, so you can jump into next one. So let us say this also satisfied, then script. In script I'm just writing answer is true, right? So you could build complex logics like check that record, and if the time is greater than 3 hours ago, answer is true. Else you can put else if, else if, else, all of that you can try and introduce there. And now when it comes to your technical panel, the other question with regard to ACL might be, which takes precedence or priority, your table level ACL, field level ACL, or which one? So they might ask you a question. Let us say you have field level ACL, but you do not have table level ACL. Will you be able to access the record or not? That is your question. What is the answer? What do you think will be the answer? I will repeat my question. So a recruiter asks you, so you have a custom table. In that table, you satisfy the conditions for field level ACL, like assigned to field, short description field, like that. But you have a table level ACL which you do not have access to. But in fact, you have field level ACL. Now, will you be able to access those two fields or not? What do you think could be the answer?
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, we can.
Okay, we will not be able to have access. As I told you, table, where did I write that? Somewhere I wrote, right? Table level ACL is main gate. Okay. Field level ACL is like inside bedroom or bedroom gate, bedroom door, or your puja room door or your storeroom door, like that. Without opening main door, how will you get inside your a storeroom or a locker room or any room, right? Fields are okay. Let me not put it as rooms here, like wardrobe.
Got
Okay,
it.
wardrobe or a cabinet. So for entire wardrobe or bureau or cabinet, you have one locker. Okay, inside that you have several drawers, right? So this wardrobe or cabinet is what is called as table level or record level ACL. This inside several drawers, individual drawers are there, right? These are called field level ACLs. Now, this one says that you need a roll call ABC. This one says that you need a roll call Apple. This one says you need a roll call Orange. Let's assume there's a roll call Apple and roll call Orange. You have the roll Orange. You do not have the roll Apple. Will you be able to see the drawers? You will not be able to see, because only if you open the cabinet or wardrobe, only then you can, even though if you have key, see, you have keys to individual drawers, but what is the use? Your wardrobe is closed and the lock is with somebody else, your mother or somebody. Without having that wardrobe uh, key, you will not, even though you have drawer keys, it's of no use, right? So it works like that. So this the chronology is like this. You need access to the table, the wardrobe, and then you need access to the individual drawers. If at all they are locked, it's not necessary that all the drawers needs to be locked. Some drawers would not have a ACL at all, right? Only few drawers might have an ACL. So whichever field has an ACL, for that you need a separate key. Is this the explanation clear for you?
Okay.
All right. Now, as I told you, we have create ACL, read ACL, write ACL, and delete ACL. Okay. So let us say I give you access to delete a record, but you do not have access to read ACL of a table. A table and all the fields of the table, you do not have access. You do not have access to read the data, but you have access to create the data. Now, will you be able to create a new record in this table or not? See, here you have operations like read, create, write, delete, and you have several other also. But on a major thing, you will be only using these four ACLs. So I've written these four ACLs here. In this, I'm telling you that you have a role, special role, which you enables you to like create ACL satisfied. Okay. But you have a read ACL, like there are several read ACLs in the table, but you do not satisfy any of the read ACL. Will you be able to create a record or not?
Yes, if we satisfy any one of the ACLs, then we can.
No, you will not be able to create. So in what way I said it, you will, if you satisfy, is that for same operation, same name, same field, like read incident dot none. Okay. Again, you have an which requires ITL user, ITL role. Again, read requires admin role. Again, read requires change manager role. Let us say, okay, you have three different ACLs for the same table, same functionality, none, table level, and same operation. At that time you have three different ACL. At that time what you said is correct, like at least one ACL gives me access. At least if one ACL gives me access, I will be able to do it. But this one is different operation. This is reading operation, this is creating operation. You forget that you are in right now in scripting nothing. Just think a simple logic. You do not have access to read a data, but you have access to create a data. What is creation? Creation means you're trying to create a new record, right? In order to create a new record, you need to read the each data, right? Like you need to read them and type it, read them and type it, right? So if imagine you have an ACL, where is my content? Yeah, imagine you have an ACL which gives you access to create, but read ACL, all the read ACL is declined for you. Then you will not be able to create. It's like useless. See, for starting phase it will be difficult for to understand, but this cabinet and drawers, is that clear? You the hierarchy is like that. You need table level access, only then field level access is required. If that is clear, I'm happy. The next explanation I'm giving is with regard to different operations. Previously I was giving with for same operation, same table, either table level access or field level access. But now it's a different use case, different operation. One operation is to create, one operation is to read. So you have access to create operation, but read operation you do not have access. Then you will not be able to create, like it's like useless. As I told you that without table level access, field level ACLs are useless, I said, right? Similarly, without read ACL, create ACLs are useless. Because when you try to create a new record, you're doing nothing but you're trying to creating, but you're also writing, right? Writing and reading 1 2 3, right? So you need read ACL and write ACL. Only then create ACL will be of use. Clear? You create when you work on it. What you do is you take an incident table, look at the existing ACLs and all, like 10, spend some 10 minutes, and after that all the ACLs that you want to create, please create it only in the custom table. Because I'll tell you why. If you created an incident table, you will be very confused because there is already 10 ACLs written on incident table. So you don't know because of your action it is working, or because of existing out of box script it is working. You don't know. That's why I'm saying when you create ACL for learning, do it in your custom table, so you know that, oh, I clicked on this, I made this configuration to ACLs only. Because of this, it is working, and because of this, it is not working. So you will have that clarity. Clear? Let me know if there is any questions with regard to ACL. If not, we'll take a 10 minutes break, 9:10 to 9:20. And
What if we don't have access for delete ACL?
okay, so let
Then
us
can
say,
we create that
mm,
script?
now I am a ServiceNow admin, right? My role is system administrator, and I have a role called ADMIN admin. Just because I have that role, I see this delete button. If I do not have that role, I will not be able to see this delete button. Right? You can delete this record only if you see this button, right? Otherwise, what is the other option to delete the record? You don't have any other option, right? And the other option people can delete records is list wise delete. That also will be restricted. That also will be restricted based on your ACL. Like since I'm having admin access, I have access to delete. I can choose multiple. Okay, I can click on action on selected rows. So here you have an option to delete. Okay, so let me show you something. So system tells me that, hey, you're trying to delete ticket number, for example, ticket number 48. It has two dependencies, like two task SLAs. So cascading deletion. What is cascading deletion is, I'm trying to delete a record. Whatever record is linked to that, that also will be deleted. For example, you have incident. Under incident, you have SLA definitions, right? I will change the view to default view, because in default view only we have configured the layout such a way that we can see related list. Okay, so before deleting, system is giving me a warning that look, if you try to delete this record as a cascading deletion or a consecutive action, these two is also gonna get deleted. Why? Because these two are originally inherited or based on this parent incident only, right? So system is giving me this warning. I'm saying okay, fine. I don't want this incident. Then why do I need this incident SLA, right? So I'm gonna tell the system, yes, go ahead, proceed, delete. All right. And if I do not have new ACL, let us say I do not have create ACL, I will not be able to see a button called new year, right? So even if you do not have a button called new, sometimes as a developer we have shortcuts like using -1. If you look at the URL incident table dot do sysid is equal to -1, it will open up a canvas for me to create new, right? So it says incident new record. This is a shortcut fine in case if button is not available, but if at all you do not have create ACL, this will say like everything will be hidden, like grayed out. It will be grayed out because you do not have create ACL. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right. Anything else with regard to anything else with regard to this thing?
Not with ACLs, but we have. Can you give second time explanation about script includes and client script, like taking
Sh-
another example?
Sure. All right. Definitely. Can we take a 5 minutes break and come back?
Sure.
All right. So I'll come back at 9:20 and there we will continue. Okay. Thanks, guys. We'll connect back at 9:20 again. All right, yeah. So we will have another, continuation of script include and client callable script includes and client scripts. In the meantime, let me know if you have any questions with regard to ACLs. Recording is on. Screen sharing. Let's create few more fields. Request on behalf of, right? Requester manager, right? Let this be a reference field and referencing to sys underscore user table. Fine. Save this up. And again, requester location, okay? Let this be also a reference, but this time it's going to be on cmn underscore location table. I'll do an insert and stay. Let's create two more fields possibly. What are the other data we have in terms of user profile? Yeah, phone, that's fine. Title and business phone. So I'll create a single line text variable. Title, designation, and phone. Okay. Title backend name is title, and business. We have multiple phone. We'll only consider business phone. So business phone, we'll just put it like 1, 2, 3, 4 phone. Insert and stay. This is the existing catalog item that we already created on the day. I'm just trying to add more fields to it, like as in requested manager details and all of that. Now what we expect is that as soon as somebody enters the name, right, enters this name, all these other fields, like this 4 fields, has to be auto populated. I will change the order such that this comes on the top and the rest all things comes down. But I'm just telling you. So we will place it on the top, the rest all things comes on the bottom. Whenever people change this on behalf, we will make sure all of the values gets altered. On behalf, let me keep it at 10. Catalog line script, on change script. Okay, we have an on change script for a request type only. We do not yet have an on change script for on behalf of change. I will do insert and stay. Okay. So what happens is previously we had 2 client scripts. Now it's going to be 3 client scripts. So here, what I'm planning to do is whenever, okay, wait. Whenever somebody fills in the names of this person, this name person's location, phone, manager detail, everything will be automatically populated by the system. So that is what I'm right now expecting. So what I'm going to do is we already have a function called get duplicate records, right? As I told you on the other day, script include, you can use it for storing a repository. Like you could add multiple functions to it. So we already have one function. Now how can I make use of it to add another function is same. The syntax has to be like this, starts with like this and ends with like this, right? This has to be the syntax. And this function name is, what is your requirement right now? Get requesters or get user details, right? Let's say like this, get user details. Now what are the fields that you think you need in order to get an user details? You need basically sys id of the user, right? So we will put where user is equal to this dot get parameter. I'll just copy paste syspam sys id. So I'll just put it like syspam user sys id. It is any random name that I give, but I have to make sure same name I'm going to give it in my client script also, right?
What is the function of this?
Okay, this represents this current script include. You're not jumping into any other script include. In this script include itself, this functions, like for this function you will have a parameter called syspam user id, obtain that value. Okay, so now we have done set up some initial configuration here. Now let's go to our client script. Here we not bothered about what is the request type or anything. I'm actually copy pasted the existing one and updating that, right? So I will remove whatever I don't require right now. Okay, So the say script include is same, but here instead of this function, we are going to use our new function called get user details. So I'll paste that value here, and I'm going to parse a parameter for my on behalf of sysid. So that I have named it as syspam underscore user sysid. Let me change it, user sysid. Okay. So I will paste it up here. Now till this it is clear, right? So do I need to add more parameters? I don't require. See, in order to obtain somebody's mobile number, everything it is stored in user table. So what is the unique key in user table? You just need the sysid, which you have already sent it to the system. So fine, you don't require to add any other parameters like mobile or anything. Just leave it as such. Now you will leave it to the script include to do this job. Tene, kani கூப்பிடுது பாரு. So you will leave it to the script includes to do its job, and then once the value is written, you would might want to do something. Now let me see 30 minutes. Let us see how we could get the data here. Now if you put gs.add info message of user, what you will get is you will get the sysid of the user record. Let us assume I put the add error message of user. So what I'm going to get is nothing but the sysid of this record, right? Now I know that this will have the on behalf user sysid. Now what I'm going to do is I will query user table and get required fields, right? So how do I query user table glide record? Where gr tab. So the syntax is automatically formed. So I will put the table name here, sys underscore user, and in the script I have one unique filter which is sysid. Sysid is nothing but the value that I obtained here, right? So I'm sure that I'm going to get only one record, so I will put if loop. I'm not going to put while loop because it's going to be sure one record only. So I'm going to put if loop. Okay, now you're going to obtain multiple values, right? Like as in you will you wanted to have location. Well, 1 minute, let me change it the view to default view so that I can see multiple fields at a time. So what are the fields that I'm expecting the system show is location, title, manager, and phone. Fine. Backend name of location is location. Backend name of manager is manager. Backend name of phone is phone. Since I'm already aware, I'm saying. And what else we were looking for? Title, designation. Designation backend name is title. We just checked. So we need multiple data now. It's not just one data. If it is one data, I will put return gr.phone. That's all, job done. But now here I require multiple data, right? So what I can right now do is I can create an array. So I will probably put up an array like this. I can put up an array like variable my retrieved values vals is equal to an array. In that array, as a comma separated, I can put my values as in I can put values like what name can we give? First location, right? Location, and other field is manager, and two more other fields, phone and title. Okay, you can see, right, when I over itself it's like a says key duplicate key. So what you call this is as actually a value key pair. So you are initializing location is first empty variable, you're putting multiple variables inside one array. Like imagine a variable location, variable manager, variable phone, and variable title. So All these are, you call it as array, and array is stored in value key pairs. Like locations value is right now empty, manager value is right now empty, phone value is right now empty. So what you would proceed to do, after that is, once you have obtained this record at this place, you would have obtained the record, right? So once you have obtained the record, so you will mention that this array is going forward represented by the variable called my retrieved values. So you will put my retrieved values dot location is equal to gr dot location, right? Similarly, okay, wait. And similarly, my retrieved vals manager is nothing but gr dot manager. Same applies to other two fields as well. Okay, so since I'm giving same names, you might get confused. So I will just put it like this so that you don't get confused. So you understand and identify the differentiation, right? I will repeat again. Now our requirement is not just to carry forward one value. Instead, in one script include itself, you want to carry forward multiple values. How will you do that? You will do it in an array. What is an array? An array is a component of individual items, right? You just pack them in a package and give the information. Now, what are the details that we want? We want location, detail, manager, title, and phone. For this, we need to check the user record. So we have done glide record, everything is fine. So here, each one is a variable. All these variables are represented by the array object called my retrieved vals. It's just the name that we gave. Instead of that, I can give xxx, whatever I want to. Going forward, all these variables should be combinedly represented with the object name, like my retrieved vals dot my location, my retrieved vals dot my title, like that. So you're assigning or setting the values of these items to these. Now you have stored everything to an array. What you could do is, you need to return the value of my retrieved worlds together, but right now it is for combined into a JSON, right? So in order to put it as a JSON format, so you will have to uh, use a syntax of json.stringify, because we know that whatever values that we have received, we brought it as a array separated, comma separated array value key pairs, so that you will have to convert it into a JSON, and then only you will have to return it to the client side. So with this it is done. I will tell you how we could retrieve this data right now in your client script. Previously we were just sending the value like answer 1 2 3 like that, but now we are sending multiple values, right? So at this time, what you would do is, mm, okay, we will keep OPP itself, not a problem. So here the value is not, the result that you're going to get is not just a string, it is a JSON format. You need to parse that JSON. So in order to parse that JSON, so you have to use JSON.parse of OPP. And now you're good to go. What you can do is, let me remove this existing scripts which I don't require, or set value of what are the fields that we have created so far. Requester location. requester location, requester phone, requester manager, requester title. Make sure of the spaces when you copy paste. That might end up a problem. So here, requester location, on place of requester location, what do I need? So I have everything stored in my result. So result dot in script include, what name did we give? Result dot my location, right? Similarly, my manager. Similarly, my title, my phone. Fine. So this is gonna work. Before I demo, do you have any questions so far? All right. So let me test it for
So
you.
why do we use here JSON? Means
Okay. Now we need to obtain all the field values. Like array is there, right? Array, you push the objects in an array. How will you retrieve the data from the array? So in script include, you have to convert it into a JSON format, and while retrieving back, you have to split the elements of the JSON. Like let us say you receive a courier here, and the courier has some 5 to 10 elements, pencil, pen, eraser, and all of that. They have to combine it in a wrap it in a package, right? So that is what JSON does. In a value key pair, it combines in a package and it gets delivered to you. Once you get delivered, you can't directly put you have to put pencil in a pencil case, pen in a pen case, right? You have to keep separately, set values, set values. Now how will you retrieve it? You have to unwrap, like you have to open up each wrapper. So since the current requirement is that you have to obtain multiple values, you are parsing it in a JSON. Otherwise, you don't have to. If it's only one value, the other time we tested, we only used one value. One value, just return gr.manager. That's all. Here, return answer. That's all. You don't have to do this extra lines of JSON. If you, it might look complex for you, but if you look at the screen, we have created a array object. Inside that, multiple variables, how many fields you want, you have to keep on listing it down as a value key pair, comma separated, right? And after that, finally one line, return json.stringify, only this thing. And in client script also, nothing much, just extra this line. Don't you think so? Right? Okay, it says object and it isn't returning any value. I think it is because instead of putting location, I have to convert it to toString and then return it back to the system. So what I'll do is, whatever I'm trying to parse it in this JSON array, I will convert it to toString. Save it. um, okay, you were able to obtain location, designation, and phone. Title is also system admin, that's why. Tutor developer, I'll put it as developer. Okay, and manager, I'll put able tutor as manager. Save this record. Oops. Okay, instead of saving, I tried to I mistakenly did insert and stay. Able tutor, developer, right click, save.
What's the difference between save and insert and stay?
Insert means it will create a new record. Save means just saving the old record. If you do okay, the difference between insert and incident stays that if you do insert, it will create a new record. On top of this, it's like a clone button. You will have clone button, right? So once you click on clone button, what it will do, it will not affect the existing record. It will create a new Xerox copy of that record and it will save it in the system, right? But that is the difference between save and insert. Save is just updating of the current record. Inserting is taking a clone of the current record and saving it in the system. The difference between insert and instant stay is insert will definitely take a clone of the record, save it and all, but there's a possibility you might end up uh, uh, screen being refreshed to your previous form, whatever was the previous form. But insert and stay will make sure that you create a new record and system stays on the new record that you created, right? Okay, so once I filled in up system admin, it populated Bangalore, developer, able tutor, 1, 2, 3, everything, right? This is the requirement. Now you might wonder why it was not working when I'm trying to load the form. When I'm load the form, it is not working. Only on change it is working. The reason is because it is an change client script. And moreover, here we are putting if is form is loading return, right? So we need to remove this is loading return so that there is a possibility the script could run even when the form is running. So as I told you on day one, your client scripts on change client script has ability to run even in on load when you just remove this condition, right? This is an on change client script, but now after removing that, you could see that when it got populated, these values got automatically populated. But previously when I had this one, oh, when I had this one, it was not running. You remember? You understand the difference, right? Anyhow, okay, I kept an info message here. That's why it's showing me error. Not error, like it's showing me an info message on the top, right? It's not an error, just an info message. I'll comment this. I don't require this. Any doubts on this? Yeah, this is our script, the bottom one. Any doubts so far?
So if we enter manually the only location, can we get the user details like
Sure.
username?
Like I'm switching to able tutor. Okay, I'm putting able tutor's name here. Okay, I think I'll be able to get only 3 people's name here. Okay, I'll put Lakshmi's name here. Okay, so Lakshmi's designation manager phone fields are empty. That's why it returned empty. And Lakshmi's location is Delhi. So it got populated here. So if you want to populate designation, it has to have data, right? See, manager is empty, title is empty. That's why it returned empty. Otherwise, you can see Delhi location got correctly populated.
No, not that's my question. If you just
What
enter
is it?
Delhi, will you
Mm.
get Lakshmi?
Then you have to write, no, that is not possible because under Delhi's location, right? You need some common unique thing. Under Delhi location, you might have 100 people, right? How could you make sure that it is Lakshmi? See, Lakshmi belongs to Delhi, fine, but in Delhi only Lakshmi is there? No, right? There are so many people, right? So how can you
Yeah, got it,
filter
got
it to Lakshmi? Yeah.
it.
But if you want, like what we can do is we can change the filter whenever people enter location, right? We will bring this to bottom for understanding sake. I'm saying we will bring this field to bottom, and once people enter the location and this variable is there, right? People can only choose people from Delhi location. Like that, we can change it. We have advanced reference qualifiers and all. We can change it through that.
So in real-time project, what are the most common things we use?
Okay, in real-time projects, you will be creating a lot of catalog items. You will be creating tables. When I say tables, table includes components like let's say use a table. Okay, configure all. I'll show you a sample ServiceNow resume. You will understand. Or ServiceNow jobs. So what is you have to do is, um, when you open up this thing, you will see the job description, right? As part of this training, you might have learned something. Okay, did I learn this? Did I learn this? So you just have to cross verify. This one does not have. Okay. Okay, don't look at the ones that says say, senior developer and all, right? It's going to be difficult for you. Look at the ones that says the ServiceNow developer, ServiceNow administrator, like that. People write it in a very business way, kind of. So I'm thinking, let me show you sample resumes so you could understand what are the things you might require. Okay, so this is some 4 years experience, right? Implementation of ServiceNow as developer and admin, ITL, ITSM, and ITOM. What is ITL? ITL is nothing but the process, like IT infrastructure library, meaning like incident change problem management. You need to know. So ITSM is a package built on ITL library. ITOM is orchestration, which we will not be able to cover in this session. So that is a very vast and huge topic that it is not covered. What you're learning right now is ITSM. And in this, like the saying, they should have access or knowledge in modules like event management, service mapping. Event management and service mapping comes under ITOM. And then service catalog request. What we are learning is service catalog request. They will just say one word, service catalog request. In that, you need to know workflow, variables, client scripts, UI policies, script includes, all these you're expected to know, right? And you should know the process of incident change, problem management, knowledge management, and few things in portal. See, portal I will cover some part of the portal in the future session. And for catalog, we have a major thing pending, which is workflow. I'll also in tomorrow in detail we will look into workflows. And then reporting, creating of reports, and then integrations with web services like soap and rest. So let me create a to do item. 29th July, workflows and reporting. Okay, 30th July, um, inbound actions and integrations. Okay, inbound is action is also a part of integration, so that's why I'm commenting on the same topic. Right, so all these REST, SOAP, direct web services all are all part of integrations. And you have record producers and order guide, right?
So what about dashboards?
Dashboard is nothing but I will cover it in reporting itself. Like in dashboards, you will add multiple reports. That is what you call it as dashboards. So to give you an hint, these are the things we will cover it in the future sessions. Right. So this one is for a 4 year experience, but as much as you have seen, this is all what it comes around in your technical validations also. Do you see implemented ServiceNow customization, uh, including but not limited to client scripts, UI policies, UI actions, script include business rules, workflows, reports, update sets, data imports and exports. Right. Service catalog management, incident management, knowledge base articles. Right, service catalog. So when you look at the resumes, you will know what kind of questions they're going to ask. And one more thing is what you have in your resume, that only they will ask. So don't try to put too much, right? uh, I mean, if you're ready for it, put it, but don't try to put too much. As long as you have this capability, you'll be very good to secure a job. You shouldn't have any struggles there. So as we
Also,
plan,
once we join the organization, there will be KT, right?
obviously, yeah. In KT, people will
Yeah,
not
KT
teach
in the
you
sense,
how.
how would be KT?
KT, people will not teach you how to write a code. Nothing will teach. They'll teach. They will tell you the process. For example, um, let us say they created custom application called onboarding. Okay, so they will say that, oh, as a part of this application we created 10 tables, and the process goes like this, like people submits a request and it goes for an approval. Like process wise they will say. Nobody will teach you coding, how this was developed. No, there is a possibility you might have some technical documentation which might help you to identify what are the development work done, but KT is more specifically to do process. If they have developed a custom application or a new scoped application, they will tell you what is the design and architecture of that. They will not tell you how it is coded and all. And otherwise, what you can do, ask them is, hey, can you give me the update sets? Either ask them, or if you have access to the instance, you will have directly can see the update sets. In update sets, as I told you, how do you identify what are the components developed as part of this particular requirement is open each one of the items, right? Open each one of the items. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, open each one of the items and click on show related record. So you will know, oh, okay, as part of this updated set, they have worked on some announcement banner. They worked on a variable. Like that, you will get to know, right? You can't ask them like every single thing. It depends, yeah, it depends on team, but it is always not fine to ask developer related questions with a co-developer. It will bring a problem in your organization. That is why I'm saying, if you require help in coding or something, you have our WhatsApp chat. Definitely, you 10 people now are kind of a team, right? So you can help each other, and when I get time I will also be able to help you out. Otherwise also, you have community where you can post question, but the concern is that people are not obliged to help you, but definitely if they get time they will answer back to you. Otherwise you can reach out to our Dataforce admin. They have a separate team to cater to the requirements of starters like this, right? Kind of a technical support when they start with their jobs. So you have several options. Based on your requirements you could choose one. Any other questions? Okay, if not, we'll close for today's session, and tomorrow, as we discussed, yeah.
Ma'am, that I asked you a question that I shared on WhatsApp, right?
So Rahim and Harsha both mentioned a concern about one of their script includes not being working. Was there another question after that? Let me check. Okay, I think it is still the same question. I did not get message after that. Now, with whatever we have learned, can you try to redo it? And when you try to redo, even then it's not working, just send me a reminder. Probably after an hour or so, I will work it on in your PDI. I will highlight the points, what are the mistakes that you've done, and make it workable solution, and let you know in message. Okay. So this is to both Harsha and Rahim. All right, guys. Anything else?
Um,
Yes, please tell me.
can you please run my script? That I don't know. I mean, I couldn't find where it is going wrong.
Sure, I'll definitely check, but I'll tell you I have an appointment actually. So that is why I'm rushing today. Right? I used to usually be connected till 10:30 also. It doesn't matter to me, but just today I have an appointment. Allow me some time. You try once. If you otherwise you leave it as such. When I'm back to home, I will definitely log into your instance, fix it up, and let you know. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll stop the recording for today. All right. So yesterday we looked at the ACLs. Today we will look at the workflow. Okay. We'll look into workflows, reportings, and dashboards. So we will try to create our own workflow for our work desk furniture for home, the catalog that we created. So as in when you say workflow, what is a workflow like? Um, you would have set of tasks, approvals, or probably work task, and then you will have you can have several logics, right? So all these combined, you call it as workflow, right? See, we have created a catalog item so far. So this catalog item is capable of asking few questions, and while it asks few question itself, it is validating your answers, whether if you give this question few values, like when you set your system admin, it's trying to set you few values. So all this form level thing, catalog item is done. So once submitted, who's going to work on the ticket, what is the approvals required, all these, how would you know it? You need to define workflows, right? Like once the ticket is submitted, this is all is going to happen. So how do we do that? That is the question. Now, so you go to the catalog item. Inside the catalog item, you have a field called process engine. So here it says workflow, right? Now we do not have any existing workflow, so that's why I mean it says that it shows you only existing workflows. So there are 9 sort of existing workflows that are already put in the system, like a demo data, right? You can make use of this and modify this and use in your catalog. Like take a copy of this exact thing, modify this and put in your catalog. Otherwise you can create a fresh one. And now probably I'll explain what is there in this one. Okay, so we planned that how we want to create a workflow. So what we will do is, this is an out of box existing workflow which could have been used by across several catalog item. Now if you modify this, what's going to happen? Any catalog item uses this workflow will be affected, right? But our intention is to modify the workflow only for this catalog item. Now how do we identify is that in catalog item table you have a field called workflow. Bring it in the form layout and just populate it with the workflow name that you have obtained. So you know that there are 5 catalogs sharing the same catalog, same workflow. So changing the workflow at one place would impact all other places, right? So you shouldn't be changing the workflow. Instead, what you can do is you can do a checkout. First, a checkout. In order to edit anything, just check out, and then take a copy. You see a button called copy, right? Take a copy of the workflow, put the name that you want to. So I am trying to keep my workflow name as same as my catalog item name. It need not necessarily be, but just to make it easier to relate to, I'm keeping the same name. So in my catalog, I'll put this workflow name and I'll save it. Right. I will proceed on to explain what this existing workflow is doing, and then we will create a fresh workflow like version 2, something like that. So, um, in the system there's going to be so many catalogs, right? All the catalogs are listed out here. Sorry, so many workflows out of box, all these workflows are listed out here. These are few of the workflows that are already available in the system that comes out of box, meaning comes with a package. Each workflows contains several components, right? Several boxes. So each boxes are derived from the package called core. Like you have categories called approval categories, condition, notification, on call. So if you look into approvals category, you have an option to approval group, you have an option of approval user, you have an option of approval coordinator, and you have so many things, and all of them are categorized into one topic called approvals. Similarly, if you look at timers, you have something like okay, so you have an activity called timer. So all these are called as activities, right? If you look at task, so you task, one says attachment notes, one says catalog task, one says create task. When you hover on to that, it will give you a detailed description of what that activity is capable of, right? So now you have like nothing less than 20 activities all together combined. So here, how many? 5, 7, 8. Some 8 activities repeated across. Like this one is again repeated here. So I will give you explanation of what each activity is capable of. Okay. So to have any workflow, you definitely need to have a begin and end activity. That is by default. For example, let us say here I try to create new workflow. At that time, so here you try to create a new workflow. So at that time, once you give the name like test. So here I'll give the name as table name as SC underscore request item. Why? Because I know that all the catalog items will result in an RITM, right? Will result in an RITM. So the workflow I want needs to be triggered in the RITM. So my workflow name is test, and I'm creating it on RITM table. Like this, I can create it on incident, change, problem, like that. In any table, I can create it. Since this is catalog item, I know that catalogs goes and falls into the SE request item table. Hence, I'm choosing the table as SE request item. Right. The moment you start creating, you don't have to introduce any activities. You can see that the begin and the end activity automatically comes into picture. You do not have to do anything. So it means that these two are mandatory to set anything up, afterwards. And after that, from core, you can pick and you can pick and drop whichever activity that you want to have, right? Now, after begin activity is done, you have to click on this blue icon. Right now, I'm not creating a new workflow. I'm demonstrating and explaining you what are the components of or activities of an existing workflow. Once you understand this, we will create a new workflow, okay, by ourselves, fresh. Once this begin activity is done, they have already defined an approval user activity. So you can see that from the label, right? Approval user, the dark color. It has been once brought from this particular bucket, approval user. So what this approval user is capable of is, okay, so what this approval user is capable of is, in RHM table you have several fields, right? Requested for, in catalog task you have fields like assigned to, like that. So you can pick and choose whom you want dynamically. So their name, their dynamic mapping will be put here, and their approval will be triggered. So that is what approval user is capable of. Again, an approval user, and if at all, if it is approved, what it has to do, if it is rejected, what it has to do. This one sending a notification, and this one is approved, you are setting the item as approved. Again, this catalog task to a specific group, notification, and again a catalog task and a log activity, right? Let us try to recreate this, and as each step goes by, I will tell you. So instead of using this workflow, we will attach our workflow test. Okay,
Means for seeing what happening in the
so I'm
background,
clicking on the
we need
button, try it. This is our multivariable set, if you remember. All right. So we filled up this form. Let me click on order now. So you can see that there is one REQ created and there is one RITM created. This short description is the short description of RITM. So I click on this hyperlink, it takes me to REQ. So one REQ can have one or more RITMs, right? And same wise, in RITM, it can have one or more catalog tasks. So the hierarchy goes like this. REQ on the top, REQ can have one or multiple n number of RITMs and one RITM. Each RITM could have one or n, was even zero, right? Even zero or one or multiple SC tasks, catalog tasks. This is how things work. So let us jump into RITM. In RITM, you see field called requested for stage, state, lot of fields are there, right? And you have whatever variables that you filled it up, it comes and gets displayed up here. And you have a link called show workflow. If I click onto this, it will take me to test workflow, but we did not do anything in that, right? Just begin and end. So it started and finished. Nothing flow was defined. Now let us define a flow. So in order to define a flow, we need to know what activities we need. So probably we will put an approval activity and we will say we want an approval group. So since this is a workstation approval, we will put like hardware team group approval, right? So here we will dynamically, no, statically choose the hardware group. Hardware group, okay. So now uh, should I expect an approval from, okay, now we have given only one group. Let us assume I have given hardware and also I have given service desk, okay, service desk. Now do I require one approval from each group, or like together two groups combined one approval is enough, one person approval is enough, is that it? Or um, like let us say you have 5 people from group 1 and 2 people from group 2, so do you need together 7 approvals to get, to mark this as approved? That is this one. And like for from each group one approval. This is what it means, like from first group anybody can approve, one person is enough, and second group one person is enough. Similarly, um, no, this one is different, as in uh, from any group you just get an approval. From one of these two mentioned group you just get one approval, that is fine. Condition based on script is, here you can define, like if the number of approvals is more than 3, more than 2, you can define, like for example, um, let us say a group has 10 people, so you have a requirement at least 50 percentage of the group members approved, then you have to take it forward. Let us say that is a requirement. Now none of these will help you, right? Because how do you know what is a 50 percentage? So this one tells you that every approval required, or one approval required, or at least one approval from each group is required. These are the available options. Now how do you determine 50% or 70% like that? So what you have to do is you have to put in script. So a sample script has been already given here and they have commented, so you have to read through this and understand and uncomment whichever is not required, but I will give you an explanation of how it has to be done. Let us say they give you 50%, right? Now you don't know which group has how many percent of the people. Today my hardware group could have 5 people, like probably a month later my hardware group could have 10 members, right? So I cannot constantly put it like two members, two approvals is required, that is called 50%. No, tomorrow if that group capacity increases to 10 people, tomorrow if that capacity increases to 10 people, then 5 people are considered as 50 percentage, right? So in order to identify that, what we have to do is we have to glide record to groups table and find the members of hardware, how many members, and take a divided by 2 and take a remove the floating values. Like for example, if it is 5 people, so divided by 2 will give 2.5. So we will have to remove the floating like decimals, so it will end up in two records. So two anything, any approval more than 2 is considered as we have got received more than 50% of the approval. So that is how you could make use of the advanced condition script, right? Now here you have groups, and what is this advanced call? Like since you are sure that the approvals are supposed to be received by hardware and service desk, fine. But let us say they give you a requirement like the requesters locations group, for example. Okay, so let us say there is a requirement that whoever is a requester, um, the number of groups that he belongs to, those should be the approval groups. Like let's say I belong to 10 groups, so an approval from each group is required. Let us say that is a requirement, or one approval, one approval from any one of these group is required. So anyways, we don't know which group, right? It could be hardware, software. Like in my case, it is I belong to change management and team development code reviewers. So those are going to be dynamic. At that time, what you do is you make use of your advanced script, and here you will bring in your group SIDs based on glide records. So in both the requirements, this place and this place, what do you need? What you need is your glide record. Let me know if you want me to see. If I just give it submit, what it's gonna do is it will look for an approval from hardware and service desk group, and this one I'll just keep it as an approval from each group, right? So that one approval from hardware, one approval from service desk should be fine. um, Let me submit this. Let me know if you want me to make use of this advanced script condition and utilize that in the demo.
Yes, please do that.
Okay. What kind of condition we can give? Okay, same like how I told you, RITM requested for, okay, RITM requested for group membership data, we will have take it. Okay, so instead of choosing these two dynamic things, I'll close this and I'll use advanced. So system all automatically gives me a syntax by default, so let me uncomment it. Okay, and inside this I will try to put in what I need. So they have declared a variable called answer, which is an array. So meaning in case if you have multiple groups, you need to push each value of your groups, the necessary of the groups inside the array, right? So that's why they kept it as an array, because there's a possibility there could be multiple groups. Now we said that we want to get the requirement from the requested for, right? So right now the workflow runs on the RITM table. So from RITM table, how could you get the requested for? There's two things. One is this, or probably you can take this one. This variable backend name is on behalf, I believe. Okay, the backend name is on behalf. Let us say if you want to derive a data from this RITM dictionary entries, then what you have to do is current dot, do a right click on the RITM field values, right click, show requested for. So at that time it says that this data is right now displayed in the RITM table, however it is being referenced from the REQ table. So the value goes like this: sc request item dot request dot requested for. So sc request item represents current, okay, because we are on the current table request item.
So now we'll put request dot requested for. This is a dot walking. Dot walking means this requested for is originally placed in request table only, and we dot walked it and brought it in the form layout. Can you see? It is in request table only originally. I'm doing a right click, show requested for. Here it says just SC request underscore requested for. SC request represents a current table and requested for is the field value. Now, but how are you able to see this here requested for is because people have introduced that in the layout, in form layout. In form layout, do you see? Request shows the request number REQ00 and all. This one is a dot walked field. Like you want to bring a dot walk field, one of the first classes we explained, right? We want to get more data from this referencing table, then we can use dot walking. Like that, people used it. So if you want to get the requested for of this person, then you will put current dot variables dot requested for. Variable x is equal to current dot request dot requested for. Otherwise, let us assume you want to take some name from here. Okay, let's do this. We'll take manager's name. Okay, requester manager. Variable manager is equal to current dot variables. You have to remember this. If you're using a dictionary entry, you don't need to bring in the keyword variables. Otherwise, you're now we want to bring in the data of variables, right? So we will put current dot variables dot requester manager. All right, self. So the requester's name SysID is stored in self variable, and the manager's value is stored in manager variable. Now, um, what we will do is instead of taking this person, okay, we can take any one of these people's thing. I will take mine only. So this is of no use, but just I'll comment it to explain you. I gave this to you. I will take requesters groups instead of managers group, or else in your requirement you can change it also. Now what do we need to know? Like let's do algorithm. Any coding you do, you need to first understand the process algorithm, step 1, step 2, and then convert each step into script, right? On that note, I'm going to use a table, identifying the system administrator, going to groups table. First step, going to groups table. Second step, going to individual groups. I will just introduce a few more people to this group because it has only me. So I'm going to introduce few more people. Okay. So I know that what we have to do is first to go to this table. Um, Go to this table and then put up a filter like this. Right click copy query. Put up a filter like this and then find the um, find the group sysids. Find the group sysids and afterwards push the group sysids to answer array. Okay, so this is the algorithm. Now let us convert this algorithm into the script. So going to go to this table, right? So where gr tab, so automatically that glide record script is going to come here. So as I told you, glide record, glide ajax script includes and glide aggregate for counts, right? This is the same thing you would keep on repeating at several places. If you're confident with your glide record and some processes and catalog items and workflow, you could definitely crack your interview and 50% of your work is already done. So in glide record, we're going to glide through which table? This table, sys underscore user underscore gr member. So I'm going to this table. Afterwards, I'm going to put up a filter saying user, right? I did right click copy query. So I could find that in group members table, this backend name is user. Forget about front end name. Like when I did right click copy query, that also said user only, but in small case. So I'm going to put user here. I will not hard code my sysid. Instead, it's going to be a dynamic value, right? Which is nothing but self variable. So there is a possibility that there could, it could end up in multiple records. So we will put while, right? So before doing anything, I will declare this array in the first, and now I'll put answer dot push of gr dot group, right? This is the syntax I used. Now let me explain what happens. So going to this table and looking for the list of records wherein I am the member. Wherein I am the member. So let us assume I'm part of two groups. So what it'll do is it'll go to this while loop two times, and it will push into the array called answer the values of the groups. GR represents this table, okay? This table's one field is called group. That field value will be pushed here. So that field is nothing but the group field sysid. Like we did a copy query, right? You can see it in the URL also. The backend name is also group only. So it gets pushed up here. Okay, I will update this record, and I'm expecting that an approval is required from each group. Update. And next, let me bring up approval user activity for you. So how do you bring up is just, go to core section and recording, right? All right. Go to core section of the workflow, and there you will see a lot of activities. Just expand them which you want and drag and drop down here. So same in user activity, there it was group. Here the only change is that it is users, individuals, not groups. So you will get it like one approval or five people to approve, three people to approve. You will have conditions like that. Wait for anyone to approve, everyone to approve, or condition based on script. In script, like how many approved, how many requested. So that validation you can keep, and you can change it like that also. Again, here in users, you can bring in names like able tutor. Like if it is static, you can bring in names. Otherwise, let us say that there is a requirement like requester manager. Requester manager approval. What you will do now? If it is static people, will bring it here. If it is dynamic people, what you would do is, okay, if it is static people, you will bring it up here. Okay, if it is dynamic people, what you will do it is you will use the fields from the RITM table. So it's going to show you all the fields of the RITM table, requested table. So here you want to find request. Okay, you have request dot requested for. All right, request dot requested for. So I'm closing it. So requester manager approval is the activity name I gave, and stages is nothing but like, see, RITM is there, right? So you have a stage called stage approved, right? So this is populated based on what values I give in my workflow. So here I will try to pull in from the existing list of stages available. If I don't find any relevant stages, I can create one my by my own as well. I will tell you how to create the stage. Stage is nothing but just name, like a name which you want to be populated at this place when a particular operation is happening. So for this one, I'll try to pull in from existing list of stages I have. So I'm giving submit. Okay, so as I told you, how do you create a new stages? Click your edit stage, click your new, so that a new stage gets created. Fine. So first, let us keep. I'm removing this link. Like how do I remove this? Like I click on this blue icon, click a backspace. I connect this node with this node, and once I get my manager approval of this RITM, then it will go to group approvals. Okay. Let us say if this is rejected, what we want to do is we will put in a notification. We will say our item cancelled based on approval rejection. This names and all is for developer use only, customer will not know. And we will set up a stage called cancelled so that it correctly shows. So you'll put it like dollar curly braces number, which means it's gonna give you a RITM number. Sorry, it's gonna give a dynamic RITM number. If you're not sure how do I keep it here, don't worry. You can use this right side and Control F number. Just click onto it. You could see that it gets automatically populated here, right? That is fine. So there is two places where you can put notification. One is the proper notification table, which we saw the other day. The other one is this place, like connected with any workflow. So these are the only two places where you could have notifications. So I can put it like this: has been rejected, and I can put hello, hi, right? I can put whatever I want to. And this one I want to send it to not a static people, instead of dynamic people. So who's the dynamic user is the requester. I want to obviously send it to my requester. Request dot requested for audit. Submit. If it is rejected, I want to send a notification, and also I want to set values. Set value of my RITM. State is there, right? Stage, I told you that you can incorporate inside any activity. State is also important, right? Like in progress, complete. So I also want to set my state. So I just type set in core. So it gives me a list of activities that has a keyword called set. So here you see something called on call is set escalate, and you have utilities which is not yet expanded. So let me expand this. So you can see set values, right? This is what we need now. I will double tap onto it so that it opens like a pop-up here. If I close this, this is gone. So what I have to do is I have to double tap onto it. Set set state as incomplete or cancelled. So here, not just state, you can literally set assignment group, any fields of RITM you can set, because the activity name itself says setting, right? Setting of values. Now it is up to us what value we want to set. So we want to set the value of state. So we'll put state as closed incomplete. Okay, that seems to be a matching value. So we'll put that. So what we would do is, after this notification is sent, we will connect this with this box set values. All right, and once this is also done, we will connect this with end. That's all, nothing more to do. This is a negative case, like an approval rejection, fine. And imagine here also they reject it. Like let's say they approve it, so it goes to group approval. Let's say in here they rejected again. This also you can combine it to the same activity, right? You can combine it here. And now let us assume it has been approved. So after approved, possibly you want to have a catalog task. Which team? To hardware team. Hardware team procurement task. Like they need to procure or purchase or keep ready of list of the hardwares that they had requested, like a monitor, I mean any kind of workstation items that they want. Those things this team is capable of, is supposed to do that. Assignment group is will keep it a static hardware. Let us say the assignment group here is also dynamic, or any fields of the catalog task is dynamic. You will make use of your advanced script. So here, like for example, here short description I have given like procure items requested, right? So instead of that, it's going to be dynamic. Imagine, okay? As in when I say dynamic, like I want to keep it like uh, um, I want to keep it like this only, procure only, but I want to keep it like this for able tutor, because imagine able tutor is a requester. Now I cannot just print it as able tutor everywhere, right? It's going to be a dynamic value. So what I will do is static this keyword plus means concatenation like joining, then current dot variables dot on underscore behalf. If I put it like this, what it's going to end up is it's going to show me my sys id, procure as items requested for AB1234, like that. It will show the sys id. Why it will show sys id? Because in RITM table I'm taking a variable called on behalf, that value I'm printing. If you originally look at that value, that is nothing but a reference field. So if you directly try to derive the reference field value, it will only return sys id. Now instead of sys id, how do you retrieve the name? You need to dot work. Now we're going to dot work name field or email field or which field, we can do anything. So let us, if I do dot email, i will I will be getting the requested for email name here. If I put dot name, I will get their display name here, right? So that is how it works. So if you want a dynamic description, dynamic short description, dynamic assignment group, anything dynamic, you better use the advanced script, right? So in RITM, where's my RITM? In RITM, you saw all these variables, right? So you might have a requirement wherein in catalog in catalog task also you want to show the um requester, and most importantly SME. SME actually works on catalog task only. In RITM, nobody works. People work on catalog task only when it is assigned to a specific group. So at that time, you feel that, oh, they want to see only 4 fields. Why would they want to see that 100 fields that we have given? They want to see here you have like more than 10 fields. You have a requirement, like you have a feeling that this task procurement people need not know what is a manager phone or all of that. They only need to know justification details, new user details, on behalf, passkey, request type. They don't need all these requesters, manager information, location, nothing like that. They don't need. Let us say you feel like that, then whatever you feel you need, that only you will push it to the right and give okay. So now we have put up a catalog task. Let me drag this and push it here. Once it approves, it's going to go here, and then this one will mark it to end. Otherwise, let's bring up another set values. Set complete. Status closed complete. That's all. We'll publish this, okay? So once you're done, you have to click on this thing and give on publish. If you want to disable this workflow, you can just mark it as set inactive. Just telling you. And before publishing, people used to do validate the workflow, as in if everything is correct and all of that. Let me tell you one thing. Let me check out this. Um, so this one I will leave like this, okay? So it's like an unfinished thing, right? So if I give on validate workflow, it will throw me an warning or an error. Did it? Info 15 warning 1. Okay. Control F warning. So do you see one warning? It says that this workflow contains one activity condition without an output transition, which means that it will not be able to pass on to the activity. So probably if you, after working on it, I mean this is just a 5 activities workflow. If you have 20 activities, sometimes you might miss it, And also, like, the moment you click here and you click on backspace, it gets automatically disconnected. So you need to be careful when working on workflow, because a negligent touch might end up in messing up the workflow. So validating the workflow before publishing will help you identify if there is any potential errors. So now it wasn't an error, it was telling me a warning, hey, there was one activity without an output transition. This is input, this is output transition, which means that it will not be able to process further. So after identifying that issue, we connected it here. I'm going to publish it here. Right now we have the name as test. Let us rename it. How do we rename is, click on properties, workstation order. Let's publish this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna submit a new request. That's all. This is enough. Let me give an order now. Okay, I open up the RITM. Okay, you could see that requester manager is empty. So let us try to identify why manager is empty, because as per our requirement, manager is marked as able tutor. When we filled up the form also it was there, but when we submit it is not there, right? Let us check that. So I was trying to understand if my script is running on my RITMs or not. So this was checked only for catalog font view and not for RITMs. So that could be the reason. But for now, what we'll do is, okay, all right, all right. So it was a issue with the reloading of the form. Nothing to worry about as such, I guess. No, just give me a minute. This I requested at which time? 32 minutes ago. All right, I'll close this. This one I just requested. So let me click on show workflow. Oh, instead of giving request dot requested dot for manager, I just gave it as request dot requested for. So because of that, it just came to my approval only, system administrator. Otherwise, it would have gone to able tutor. But fine, you got it right. What you should have done is request dot requested for dot manager, double dot working you should have done. That's fine. We'll approve it for now. After approving, I'm trying to refresh this workflow. So right now, see, there are color codes, right? Um, you will see the meaning of each one of them. Green represents running, blue represents finished, and restarted, cancel, timed out, right? So these one two were finished, that's why it shows in blue, and this one is still running. And moreover, you will also be able to see this timing. If I hover, you could see that. Let me refresh again. You could see this workflow activity, this specific activity you started, that started field is there, right? 2019, like 8:19 evening, right? This time zone is in PST. And if I hover onto it, once this activity is closed, you will be able to see that start and end date time. Okay, approval. You require either a admin role, or otherwise you require a role called approval underscore admin. If you look at the roles table, you will be able to identify that there is a role called approvals underscore admin. If you give somebody that role only, and then people will be able to approve on anybody else's behalf, right? Now that approval is also done, so it goes for a catalog task. To which team? To hardware, because we gave it statically. You could see that the short description is like this: procure items requested for system administrator, because here in the variable, the requested for variable is system administrator, so the name has been correctly printed. Right, if you remember, in our item, how many variables do you see? You see all the variables like manager, developer, designation, and all of that. But you see only selected variables, because in that slash bucket you only chose few variables, only they got moved in here, so you see only them. So here you can just, people who work on this ticket, it has to be okay. I'll change the view of this. Okay, we need to change the layout of this doesn't look good. You need to have assignment group field also right here, right? This doesn't look good. We will change the layout of this. So let us say this is assigned to Beth Angeline. So Beth Angeline will work on the test task, like might be taking a week time or something like that, based on the assigned due date or their work schedules. And they will proceed to mark it in progress, closed, complete, right? And they will use the journal entry fields to conversate with the request or something like that. And once catalog task is done, set complete end. Let me refresh. So you can see here that, why do you see a green color? Reason is because when I'm in the same screen and I have refreshed, somebody else changed it. Somebody else means like from server it got changed. So I'm going to refresh the screen. You will no longer see this green icon. But however, as per requirement, the value of the state has been set to close complete. Right? This is the one that I'm showing right now is a very typical simple workflow. Any doubts on this one?
Can you tell me about assignment group?
Assignment
In the
group.
workflow, you changed some roles, right? At the time, your voice got stuck.
1 minute, 1 minute. Tell me now.
So while you are explaining about the assignment group, right, in the
Right.
workflow,
Right.
so there you changed some roles, right? Can you please repeat that again?
Okay, 1 minute. In the workflow in the assignment group, which assignment group are you talking about?
Not assignment group, approval group.
Okay. This activity, you want me to explain it again?
Yes. There you changed some roles, right?
The code plays all right.
Not about the code.
Hmm.
No, while accepting, you said something about if any one of them has some role, then this can be approved. You said like that, right?
An approval, this, are you saying about this, the condition for approval? An approval from each group, approval from any group, one approval.
No, you were talking about roles.
Approval admin, oh, okay, okay. Hmm.
Yes, yes.
So I was able to approve on behalf of anybody, right? The reason is because I was having a role called approval underscore admin. So you could see from the description itself, it says that use the approval admin role to allow users to view or modify approval requests not directly assigned to them, meaning somebody else's approvals, right? So uh, approval admin, there are two roles. One is approval admin, which helps people to approve on um, approve or reject, or ask a question on anybody else's approval. Like that is why in simple word they're saying modify. approve, reject, or whatever they want to do, or for anybody else. There's another role called approver underscore user. So that one, they can view anybody else's approval, but they'll not be able to approve it. Right, so this role requires a fulfiller license. What is a fulfiller license? Is in licensing language there is a cost term associated. End user license, fulfiller license, approval license, like that you have a cost related stuff associated. So they're saying that approval admin will come under the category of fulfiller license, and approval user will come under the category of approver license. Actually, approver license are 3 times cheaper than fulfiller license, so that is why that this extra line is. But as a developer, you don't have to worry about the last line. You need to just concern about first line, which tells you what is the capability of approval admin and what is the capability of approval user. So I can just, for able tutor or anybody, a non-admin. For admin, approval admin comes by default, but who is a non-admin, what you do is, so for a non-admin, what you do is, you just add this specific role called approval admin, and after that if you impersonate that guy or log out and log in as that guy using a local password, and you will be able to see that when you do right click on anybody's approval, surprisingly you will be able to approve on behalf, right? So that kind of access you will obtain. Any questions further?
No, also you said about if the group has 10 members and if only 50% has to be approved, then how can we write this script? The conditions.
All right, I take that as a no.
Hello?
um, So what I've taught you in workflow is just a sample. We'll further proceed. Okay, we will expand this workflow to a little more larger one.
Hello?
Remember in business rules, I told you that you could trigger events through which you could trigger
Hello?
notification on that. So here also you could trigger events. So what does an event generally requires? So event name you have to give, and then parameter 1, parameter 2, because that those two parameters could be used across anywhere, right? So the event names are actually created in event registry. That 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 event you can call it from here, like
Hello,
communicate
Lakshmi?
underscore fix is my event assume. Okay, any event requires two parameters. The two parameters could be just empty or value filled. What will you do with the parameters?
Hello?
After that, once the parameters values are filled, probably notifications or any script actions, you can utilize them, right? So let us say that parameter 1 is not a direct value, but it's like an indirect value, like current dot variables dot request dot requested for dot managers dot manager. So you will put like variable x is equal to like that and return x, like that you can make use of it. And then let us say between one thing and another thing you need to keep like 1 day timer. So let us say this catalog item, you have a field called employee start date. So you have a requirement that until employee start date arrives, you want the workflow to be waiting. You don't want the workflow to be running until employee start date arrives. You want to be waiting, so you can keep a timer. You can keep a timer. So like that, you have several conditions up here. Um, So let's take a break for now, and we'll join back at 9:10, and we will look at other few other activities that we could make use in our workflows. So with regard to interviews, they'll ask you, give me a few list of activities that you have used in your organization or that you are aware of. So everybody will just start with approval user group and catalog task. The more you know, it's better for you. So we will
Hello.
try to
Hello?
cover up as many activities as possible in this particular session.
Hello.
All right,
Hello,
guys.
Lakshmi?
All right,
Hello.
so we will go on a break for another 10 minutes. We'll all be back by 9:10. Thank you. Venkatesh, I saw your chat. Were you saying something?
Hello, can you listen me?
Okay, okay,
Hello.
okay, fine. Yes, 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 fine. I can hear you now.
Actually, you said about something like if the group contains 10 members and 50% of the group has to be approved, right?
All
Has
right,
to
so
approve
that
that.
logic,
So you said
okay,
about some condition. Yeah, that
okay,
logic.
that
Can you
logic,
explain later?
yeah, that logic we will have to put it in the condition script based on condition, and this place we have to put it. So probably after break, I'll resume from this place, okay? I just informed a break. There could be a couple of people might have left for the break, so let them all come and we'll do it at 10, 9:10, which is just 5 minutes away. All right.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you. All right. So Venkatesh was asking about. So how do we set up? Like let's say this existing one we saw like it had 5 members, 7 members. How do you put like 50 percentage, or how do you define account? So the syntax for that is given here. You'll have to read it through and work based on it. So um, what we can do now is we can put that count for approved is, like let's say if we put 5, then if we get 5 approvals, then fine, it is good. But now we don't want to keep that number static like 5 or 6. We want to identify how many people do we have in that group and accordingly bring it up, right? So what we will do is we will bring up the script. We'll go to groups table, variable total count of members, okay, equal to 0. Let us initialize, and we will go to group members table, and then we will see how many groups does he belong to, first thing, right? We'll go to group members table and we'll see, we'll put up this filter like this. Only then we will know how many groups he belongs to. Now it's part of 2 groups, so it's equal to self is nothing but like current dot variables dot on behalf, and then if it goes across, we will say get list of users of group. Share dot group. Let me write it and then explain it to you. Okay, now that I have written the script, I will explain you what this does. Okay. First, we need to know what are the groups that is part of, right? Because that the other script is written in here, you can't call this script again here, so you have to rewrite that script. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to understand how many groups does he belongs to. I'm going to group member table and putting up a filter stating user is system administrator. System administrator is again a dynamic value, right? So I'm saying user is my variables requested for behalf of whoever is the behalf of person, that person. So let us say I belong to two groups. So in this while loop, please excuse me for a minute. Hello. Yes, சொல்லுங்க. Thank you. Yeah, tell me. Okay. Ma'am, I'm in a meeting. Can I call you after 30 minutes? Thank you. So you're going to these groups and putting up a filter saying that user is this on behalf of person, right? And let us say I belong to two groups. So each time it goes into this while loop, we are doing something. I'll explain what we are doing, okay? So initially we declared one variable as 0, right? An integer variable. And then what we are doing is we are doing addition. This is not concatenation. This is like, summation, and we are summing this 0 value with what value? With the value that we obtain from calling this function. What is this function? So we created one function called get list of users of group, like just that name is our own wish name. So inside that, to call that function we need one parameter. You could have one or more parameters. We just need one parameter here, which is nothing but the sys of the group value that you obtained here, right? So once you obtain that, again, now the filter is a little different. To bring it a little more unique, I'll put it like this. Because that also gr, this also gr, it will be confusing. So I'll put it like this. So we're going to group members table and you're putting a filter. Group is the group society. For example, change management. And then if record exists, it will return the row count. Row count means how many members are there. It will return row count as 7. Okay. So it will return 7, and let us say I belong to another group. So 7 plus 2, 9. So it's going to return 9. Now what we will do is, um, finally, if you print, I'm trying to print it in my workflow logs. What is the value that I received in total count of members? So whatever value I received, that will be printed here. After printing, I'm going to put total count value is equal to this divided by 2, right? Um, Now what I can do is, um, I can either put count dot approved, or count dot approved is greater than total count of members. Or else if I want to keep it as equal to, then I can do it as like a round off, or else parse int of. These are few functions you have. What happens when you put parse int of is, it does a rounding, like it converts into an integer. There's a difference between integer and float, like 2.5, 2.6 and all is floating numbers, right? Because it's got decimals, but these are integers. So if I put parse int of, right? So when you put parse int of, what happens is, let us say for some reason the total number of count is 8, and when you do a divided by 2, it's fine, 4. But what if it's 9 and you do a divided by 2, it's going to be 4.5, right? So you need to convert that as an integer, meaning a rounding of kind of. So there are other functions like round off and things, and you can also use alternatively a function called parse int of. That is again a camel case. I is capital. So at that time, it brings to a average number with no decimals. So now you're stating, finally, this is the, see, all this time whatever you're doing is for this special line. So this special line is nothing but like count dot approved is total count of numbers. So that is what matters, right? So once I submit, I can retest it for you. Now system will expect you to approve only at least 3 or 4 in order to further proceed from next activity. So this is how it works. I will also show you another thing. We were talking about wait timer, right? So we'll create a new variable called project start date, and we will keep a timer, like until that project start date arrives, the workflow will still hold on, like that. We will keep it project date, start date as variable name. We can keep it as date and time also. Date, anything is fine. Hmm. I'll give like 5,000 so that it comes in the bottom. Right. So in workflow, what we can do is we can bring out a timer, right? I double tap onto it. So if it is specific duration, like if you want static 5 days, 2 days, or 0 days, 5 minutes, something like that, you can keep a specific duration. If it is a relative duration, as in like 2 business days from now, 5 business days from now, based on the list of available options, you can choose. Otherwise, a date or time duration field, for example, all these fields are coming from RITM. It's not from variables, it's from RITM. Like for example, in RITM, as I told you, you have several fields like um, due date, closed date, and all of that, right? You can pick and choose from one of these dates. For example, um, wait till expected start. So something like that, if you want to choose, you can choose. But our requirement is different, based on user input value, right? So as soon as you know that user input value, it's gonna be it's not possible to bring it across any of these values, so we might need a script. So what we need to do is, we need to put a date difference. Gs dot, okay, so you have several functions. So what you have to do is, you have to bring out a function for date difference between current date and um, current dot variables dot start underscore date. So whatever you convert, that will be by default in seconds only. So it will be like this: answer is equal to answer is equal to uh, gs dot now gs dot now represents current date and time. gs dot now uh, gs dot get date difference of gs dot now comma current dot variables dot start date. So there you will get the seconds until that seconds is obtained. For example, if you put the start date as tomorrow, so until tomorrow the workflow, it will show green color, like until tomorrow it will show like that only, it will not at all be changed. I will give you the script for that as well. So that is with regard to timers. And what other activities we have? Right. So catalog task goes and creates in the SC task table by default. The name, catalog task itself says C. When I over, it gives you one big description of what this is capable of. In that, if you read, the second line says SC task, right? So it defaults creates a task in SC task only. Whereas this create task activity helps you to create across any table of task table. For example, you can create a ticket in incident table. You can directly create in task table. You can any of the child table, but there will not be any parent child relationship will not be there. So that is the reason. So it goes and directly creates in the task, the parent table, task table. Create event notifications, I've told. Okay, if for switch wait for condition, I'll show wait for condition maybe. Variables dot, okay, see this wait for condition, I can here I have an opportunity to bring in the values from either catalog item variables or the um, RITM fields, right? Both RITM fields also I can bring the information. Like for example, in RITM, what you have, like let's say number, right? Or else you have short description in RITM. So in RITM, you have several fields. All of these fields belongs to RITM. You can put a condition like price is greater than 1000 GBP, 1000 £12,000, like that. You can put the conditions, or else based on user input values, meaning variables. So how do you derive user input variables? Is first type variables, fill it up, and then you choose which item. Obviously our item is this one, but even though you have to again fill it up here, and then choose your variable. So we'll put request type is so and so, right? So what will happen is, until this condition is satisfied, this activity will keep on wait.
until this condition is satisfied. Meaning, let us say somebody um, raises a request for team, and but whereas in this condition you have put it as request for self. So until people change after raising the RA team, also people can change the variables. Like the requester cannot change it, but a catalog task assignees can change it. So once they change the field value, this activity should proceed further to next activity. If you have a requirement as such, you could put the conditions as here. If your conditions is very complex, like it's not straightforward, you can't use this condition. Instead, you will put it like if so and so happens, answer is true. Like that, if you want, a detailed condition with several logics applied, then probably you could use the facility of condition scripts. So this is for wait for condition. And okay, so I was telling you that you could employ if loop in script, right? Even without if loop, inside using script, you could just use an activity called if, and in that it will tell you what variables. For example, request type is team. So you will say variables request type is team. Okay. If so, answer is equal to, we'll put it as answer is equal to directly, we'll put directly return yes is equal to yes. Okay. We'll put it directly like that. So what will happen is, let me submit it. It will tell you what. Okay. So it will create a structure like this. So if request type is team, you can say that okay, you want to go here. If request type is not team, then go somewhere else. So like that you can do it. If it is just two drop downs, you can use if loop, right? Let us say if it is a multiple drop down, team, team, self, or a friend or a family, like that you have a drop down, multiple drop downs. At that time you cannot accommodate that just in if loop. If means like if or else, right? What if it's like if else if else if else if, so you call that as a switch. So at that time you can proceed and go ahead and use the action activity called switch activity, right? So these are the few very commonly used activities. And you have an activity called join activity. See, like when you just type in, you can't see this join and all, right? Okay, it is under utilities. So you have branching, join and all. Now see, these two things comes and jumps into notification, right? So but let us say I have a requirement, I want two things to be parallelly finished, and before I proceed to the next one, I want my parallel thing also to be finished. Only then I want to proceed to the next activity. At that time you will use join activity. Inside that you will not have any script, nothing, just one activity. It will see, you do not have anything, right? Just a name. Now in check, like that you will give a name, and that activity you will place it like, for example, this is a very I mean not an ideal situation, but I'm telling you, like you have a requirement wherein you want to check both this and this finished, and let us say this is follows a separate chain and this follows a separate chain. So this is going to take half an hour, and this might take, like based on approvals, it might take 3 days or something like that. But doesn't matter, before jumping into next activity I want to make sure both are finished. Only then I want to jump into my next activity. If you have such a requirement, you have to put join. Only then, when both are finished, it will go to next activity together. However, without join, if you just directly link these two, right? Just link these two with this one, what will happen is, let us say this track, two tracks are there, right? Whichever track is fast, whichever is able to succeed faster, uh, if it passes through, then it will mark it as complete and it will go as end. right? It will not wait for the other one. But if you want for the other one also to parallelly finish, it doesn't matter even if it takes 3 months, 2 months, I will parallelly finish for wait for the other activity to finish. Only then together we will go to the next activity. If you have such a requirement, you will make use of join activity, right? And log message is nothing but, see, um, you can just write in script section gs.log. So instead of writing, you want to avoid that scripting and you want to just put it in logs table one message. You can make use of this activity, but not many people use this. Yeah, like see, normal script is like gs.log hello, like that. So instead of using that one line of script, they're saying that you could just use this activity, set log. So in this message place, I will write it like um, ticket request has been completed. So like this, I can do it without writing script. It's just a text, right? I can do that so that we can avoid script. So these things are meant for like this. And you have several activities like rollback. Okay, should it come without space? Okay, so you have rollback, turn style, and all of that. I will try to explain rollback. These are a few very common questions in the interview, so I want to focus on that so that you don't miss it. I will cover it in tomorrow's session, and we will have an extension of workflows tomorrow's as well. And to start with, probably, we have another 15 minutes. What I can tell you is, now you have a good understanding of a catalog item resulting in REQ and RITM, and some basics of the workflow. If not at least completely, definitely I believe by today you should have some basics of the workflow. Before we completely finish up the workflow, I want to tell you that there are even other components of a catalog item. For example, if I choose maintain items, so you see a lot of things called item, task, bundle, template, and package, right? So item is what we have been working on now. So like this, you have bundle, package, and all of that. You have something called order guides. I will take you to existing order guides. There's an order guide called new hire. So what is an order guide is, it is like a booklet of several papers. When I say several papers, you imagine each paper as one catalog item. So whenever somebody is newly joining in an organization, they will have to end up raising multiple requests, right? For example, they need to raise the request for their workstation, they need to raise a request for a laptop, ID card, things like that, email account creation. So this is an out of box catalog item. So people might want to look for an monitor, email account creation, and all the software packages. So if you see how many catalog items we have in this, we have 9 catalog items. You have option to choose standard laptop, developer laptop, external monitor. So all these are separate individual request items. Let me submit a request on this. So as I told you, order guide is nothing but like one front index card, right? Through which you access multiple chapters or multiple pages. So these chapters or pages are nothing but individual catalog items, right? Now, in this index card also, you can't keep the index card empty. Like you have to put whole names like this, like that. You have few questions. So like that, there are 5 variables here. One is hiring manager, and the other one is okay, what group is he joining? So I'll say is joining in development group. So will he be a remote employee? We'll put yes. Which office will he report to? I'll put Baltimore. And will your employee need anything non-standard? So I'll put no, and I'm gonna proceed to the next thing. Like we're not submitting the request yet. So these are stages of request, right? Have not yet submitted my request. I'm just clicking on choose options. So now based on what you chose, like you have given, so it was asking you whether this person is going to work remote. A lot of questions are there, right? Based on what he says, accordingly, see if here you saw that uh, there were 9 catalog items, but here you can see only 4 catalog items being displayed. The reason is because it has its own logic, which I'll tell you. Wait. Okay, so it opened up each individual catalog item. So these are, how do you create this catalog item is as simple. We spoke other day, right? Just maintain items, create catalog items. These are description images, and these are label. This variable type is label, and these two variable types are checkboxes. And this one is a multi-line text variable. So this catalog item we have done. We'll go into the next one. So here you have another catalog item. So here it's like you don't have to fill anything. Just you automatically get things like that. I think they did not create any variables for that. That is why it's showing like this. The other one is you can see that this is a kind of a mandatory field available. That is why it showed up a star there. All right. So the moment you check out, you will see that there is one REQ and 4 RITMs. I'm gonna, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll give checkout. So you could see one REQ is there, whereas all of these are individual RITMs. So you can see one REQ, 4 RITMs. You remember I told you one request could have one or multiple RITMs. The reason why we have multiple RITMs here is because this is an order guide, meaning it has a capacity to combine multiple, display multiple items in one package. So that is why you had 4 RITMs. Now coming back to the question of this order guide has the 9 catalog items, but why did only 4 catalog items showed up, right? There's a concept called rule base. So here you define at what point of time you want to display which catalog. So those things you will define it here only. Okay, so this one, regardless of whatever you okay, regardless of whatever you choose, if at all in the first question, in first they are asking like a survey question, they are asking, right? So is this a standard package, and what are the questions? In that questions, if you choose like this, then this particular item will definitely show up. Similarly, when laptop type is developer, so it's asking developer or sales, right? If you choose like this, and this item will be shown up. Similarly, okay, so based on each conditions, right, each catalog item will show up. This new email account by default shows regardless of any other conditions. So and corporate VPN also shows for everybody. If you say remote is no, then you will have a new catalog item called desk setup, right? That is how it works. For example, last time we gave a remote, is it a remote job? We said yes. If at all we had said if at all we had said yes, okay, if at all we had said no, then desk setup catalog item will also be displayed. So all those informations are handled in the rule base,
right? Any questions with rule based order guides? If that is clear, I will proceed to explain another thing called record producer. Too many tabs opened. So we have order guide. Can you close the door? Give me a minute. All right. I will hold on for a second for you to ask if there is any questions with regards to order guide.
So we can also create order guide, right?
Yes. So how could you create order guides is this order guide. Create new. Just like simple, like as you create a catalog item, you give everything. And finally, you can give variables also. And what is the extra step in having an order guide is that you need to have rule base set. I showed you the rule base, right? So the rule base is the place where you see if you choose this variable, this gets opened up. So all those you see it in rule base only. So that is one important extra step. Is that clear?
Yes. How to create role based then?
Okay. Hmm. Okay, so you have a related list called rule base here. So you go ahead and create new one. All these are pre-filled, right? So at this position represents order. Like when a specific condition satisfies, you want to show, let's say, multiple catalog items, 5 catalog items. But in that also you want a synchronous order, meaning this catalog item first, then they have to click on next tab, then next. That sequential order you can maintain based on placing the positions here, and which catalog item you want to show. For example, work desk furniture. Okay, you want to introduce this catalog item um, when when oh, we chose this order guide. Okay, we'll use new higher order guide when we use 1 minute. Let me save this so that I can see the conditions correctly. Okay, so if I say remote is yes, at that time this particular catalog item will be displayed. So that is what I have defined now, right? It is no scripting involved with regard to developing rule base, just the configuration is what you require.
Okay, got it.
All right, so next we have is a record producer. So what is a record producer is, if you look at any random record producer, right, it is nothing but it is a catalog item. But how I told you that, I mean, in order guide is like it is like a package, it will result in multiple catalog items. Similarly, record producer also has same set of variables, catalog policies, UI policies, client scripts, and everything is same except one thing. You get to choose what table you want to store the record. Catalog items have no other option, it will be stored only in RITM table. But in record producer you get to choose which table you want to put your ticket into, like incident table, or you want to directly raise a ticket in a specific table called total case rewards, or you want to put it in HR case, or any table that you want, like even user table. Let us say you want to create a record in user table, which is nothing but creating a user record, right? That also you can give it. Okay, I'll tell you something here. So let us say you have a table called HR underscore profile. Okay. Okay, that HRSM plugin is not activated here. No, I think the table name is different. It is activated, but table name is different. SN underscore HR underscore, yeah, core profile. So let us, you have a table here, but you don't want to give create ACL. Don't want to create ACL to random employees or end users, but also you want to give him an option to create entry in this record, right? You don't want him to give direct access table like this table, or to this form. You don't want to give him, but instead you want to give some other option where he could create a HR profile record. Then what you can do is you can create a record producer. You can name that as a record producer, create new, just give short description and description, that and all, like for user understanding. And here you give the table name as HR profile, right? Short description, create HR profile. Everything will be same. Now what you have to do is, for creation of HR profiles, how many fields are required? Let us say 100 fields are there, okay? But from user you're only expecting like 10 fields, so you can create those 10 fields as individual variables. So you have to create them as variables, and then, okay, let me show you. I'll put first name, middle name, and last name, these three things only. um, First name. So this first name that I have put here, it should be mapped to the field called, it should be mapped to a field called first name. 1 minute. Okay, yeah, here you map it with first name. Give me a minute, where are we creating this one? Okay, first name is not direct field, it is derived from user table, that is why it's not coming. So I'll put employment started and employment ended, okay, instead of first name and last name. Okay, save this. This is one field, and there's going to be another field called employment ended, but actually we could create like 100 variables also, like whatever is there in HR profile table, the same we will try to create here also. Insert and stay. So you have two variables right now in your record producer, and we have defined this my emp end date should be mapped to employment end date, like that we have defined my emp end date should be mapped to employment date, right? We are opening up the record producer. So let me try it. So okay, I should have given it as a date and time field instead of single line text. Only then it will be properly, like copied pasted. So I just choose these two variables, let us assume, and I submit, what it will do is it will create a new record in HR profile table with the data that I have entered. But looks like in this table this field is mandatory, so without that you will not be able to put it. So I need to create one more variables as well in this HR profile record producer. So I'll proceed to create one more variable. All right, we'll do submit. Try it. Okay. Chosen today start date and Sunday's end date, and I'll put able user's name and then give it a submit. Okay. Okay, there's another validation. Seems like an HR profile already exists for this user, that is why it's not able to do it. These and all is not coming based on my record producer, but actually the intention that I'm trying to do is that record producer is a form exactly same as variables, but what is the benefit of that is instead of giving somebody a direct table, right, like giving access somebody to SNHR core profile table or any table that you want, instead of giving direct table access, you could just use a record producer and use field mapping. You remember when we did transform mapping, we used import set table and then transformed it to the target table. Similarly, you could use field mappings and carry forward the data. So that is when you require record producer. So these are the major components like order guides, catalog items, and then record producers. Order guides, OG is order guides, and catalog items and record producers. These are the common three things that you would use. But when company person asks you, do you know service catalog, it means that you know all of these, not just catalog items, but they'll ask you what is an order guide, what is a record producer, give me a use case, when would you use it, and all of that. Right? Any questions on what we've learned so far? The workflows, it still has an extension. I can even take for 3 more classes, but we will concentrate further on the workflows only for tomorrow. Okay, I'll try to cover up a few more other sample use cases and demo of the remaining stuff, so that by tomorrow we will be able to finish up workflows. And after workflows, yeah, okay, 29th July is again extension of workflows, and we'll finish up reportings and dashboard. And second August we'll do inbound actions and integrations, and integrations might also end up having 2 classes, I believe. Any questions? All right, I take that as a no. All right, so yesterday we had seen okay, yesterday we had seen catalog items, record producers, and the order guides, and normal catalog item, and some parts of scripting tool and some parts of workflow. Um, Today I'll brief about integrations. On general concept in integration, like it means that you're trying to connect or contact some other tool, right? It could be some other tool or some other software, anything that external to your system, and you're trying to contact that. So probably you're trying to contact because you want to give that some information, or you want to receive that some information from them and process your data. These could be the only two reasons, and sometimes you want to do both, right? So if you want to send few information, that we call it as outbound integration, right? If you want to receive some information and then process it in your system, you call it as inbound integration. You can think it like outgoing call, incoming call, right? So inbound integration is that we receive data. No, service now means no, receives data. Outbound integration means like uh, service now sends data, right? This is the general idea. Sometimes you would be doing bidirectional also. Bidirectional means both inbound and outbound. Right. So now in any in any tool as per se, generally people use two kinds of concepts for integration. One is SOAP and the other one is REST. So these are the methods you do an integration. In service now you also have concept called email integration. So today we will look in detail about email integration, and Monday session we will look into detail of REST and SOAP. So with Monday, as per our schedule, integration should be completed, right? So we will for the next 2 hours we will focus only on the email integration. So email integration is also called as inbound email action, because email integration is capable of only inbound and not bound because you receive an email to ServiceNow, right? Receive email information to ServiceNow, and what we are going to do with it. That is what is inbound email action, right? So that is what we have it in email integration. Now to proceed with that, what you have to do is you have to type inbound action in the left navigation. You will see a module called inbound actions. If you hover, you can see a hint, a hint in the module that says it manages how servers now process emails when it receives. I am opening up this module in a new tab. So I could see that out of box when the instance is created, there are 27 inbound actions that is already created by the system. If you review all of them, I mean like any use case you have, it is inside this 27. So the same thing for different tables you will utilize only that much. So as we are very familiar with the incident table, I will demo or first explain what is written for these two things, right? So I had opened up inbound action called create incident in a new tab, right? So what is required is, let's say you're trying to create an inbound action. What is required is the name that you're going to give. That name is completely like a developer documentation kind of. You don't have to worry, any specificity of the name. You can give some sensible name, that is enough. And once you receive an email on which table you want to make an action, right? So you generally want to do a reply email and put in comment update, or you want to update a record. If you want to update a record, you will put the action type as record action. So in which table you want to do that. So whichever email is incoming and as per my requirement it satisfies the specific data, then the processing will be happening on my incident table. That is my instruction to the system, right? And when you receive an email, system will be able to identify by default which is a new email, which is a reply email, and which is a forward email. Now, how does system email identify whether it's a new or reply or forward is based on you have an email properties. In left navigation, I'm tapping on to saying email properties. So opening up a new tab, right? So these are the keywords, right? These are the keywords separated by comma is identified as reply emails. So identify email as a reply by these subject prefixes. So if your subject as your incoming email subject as a prefix re colon any of these keywords, it is understood that it is a reply email. Otherwise, if it has any of these two keywords, it's understood as forward email.
If it doesn't fit into any of these two categories, it is assumed as new fresh emails, right? So let us say you can add one more word also like this, forward column like that, with forward. So any email that has the subject starting with the word forward will also be starting to be identified as a forward email. Like that, based on your organization, actually in, every organization in Outlook settings, right? In Outlook settings, where for all employees they will keep some default prefixes of um, whether it is RE, REPLY, like that. So based on that, all possible conditions we will have to append it here. So this will determine whether you are correctly taking concern of your, uh, whether it is a reply email or a forward email like that. Okay, now I have told you that how do you identify whether it is a reply or forward, and how do you accommodate new set of reply keywords, right? You just need to put up a comma and then you find a new set of a keyword for reply, you have to append it here. So that's how it will work. But 99% any emails will have only these prefixes, or probably it will have a prefix called reply, right? Nothing beyond that. Okay. So here only new emails we are considering when we try to create this inbound action. So what are we doing here is not doing any simple thing, just we are incorporating a script. I will first explain you what the script does. So gs.getUserID is the logged in person, right? So whoever is the logged in person, their name is being set as current.caller ID. What does current represents? So whenever you see the word current, you will have to jump into identify what this table is. This table is incident, right? So in your back of mind, you have to replace the words current with table, incident, incident, incident. So if this table is like a change request table, then in the back of your mind, you have to replace this word current with change request, right? So you have a field called caller ID in incident table that will be populated with the value of the logged in person's SID, right? And then in incident, comment will be updated with the value called received from, and then space concatenated. Concatenated means like exactly next to it. In email, you would receive an original means like the email sender's email ID. Like I'm sending it from snowdev at 123 at gmail.com. So this will email.origmail will say email.origmail will give you the email ID of the sender, and then whatever is there in the email body, you can derive that using the keyword body underscore text. So there are few keywords like subject, origin, body text. So you just have to remember that 4 to 5 keywords. Only that much is enough, right? And then the category will be by default set as inquiry, and then incident state will be set as new, and then there's one field called notify that will be set as true. You have to look at the choice like backend value is 2, what is the front end value of the field notify. For the field notify, you have a drop down and the backend value is 2, what is the front end value? If you see, you will identify. I think yeah, I have to check what is to value of notify. And then contact type will be set as email. Okay, so this one, right? So in this one, what does this one means is that in email body you can put something like this here, like email email dot. You can put it like this: importance colon I assigned to colon Lakshmi SNC. Like that, if you put it, system will be able to even recognize the components of the email body and accordingly set the values here. So after setting all the values, you will do an insertion in the current record. Current record is nothing but incident record. So this will help you to create an incident, right? So let's do this.
So what I'm going to do is from my Gmail, I'm going to send an email to uh, dev556295servicenow.com. Right? So to which email ID I have to send this? To this one. Dev56295 at ServiceNowDevelopers.com. Okay. So how did I exactly identify the word is? I just went to emails table, took a random email, and there I will see, like, I just have to put on keyword this one and look for uh, this one is a URL. You don't have to worry. Look for that particular email address. So if you were able to find it from there, and we're planning to send a new incident, right? So no prefixes, nothing. Um, how to check my software license? Let us say I'm a normal employee and I'm asking ServiceNow team how to check my software license. I don't know that this is a bot and or nothing. So I'm thinking that this is like some Outlook email address of my company ServiceNow team. So I'm putting my subject like that. I'm saying hi team, right? Thanks. Right, I'm going to do like this. So if I send system, the system is going to receive, but before it receives I'm going to make sure my since this is okay, email receiving enabled, you have to make sure this is enabled. Okay, only then it will work. If you turn off this and you save it and then if you send it, the system is not going to receive. Right, so I will send this. Right. Now this email has been sent, just it will take a couple of seconds for it to get back into the system. Okay, let us leave it like this and we'll continue, and probably after 10 minutes or something we will come back and check, okay, whether we've received the email or not. Sometimes when you do it from personal instance, for company instance it will take nothing less than like 5 seconds. The processing is fast. Probably this is since this is a free instance and connecting it with email, they might have not given proper efficient database for that. So it might be taking some time, I guess. Just that because it is a personal instance. Otherwise, in a company instance, in a 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds, the moment you send an email, it would be received in the system. So let's wait until then. Okay, until then I'll show you few other components. So we know that the action type is record action, right? So let us try to understand action type is how many similar ones do we have? Record action and type is new. Run. So how many do we have? We have five inbound actions, right? So there's going to be a confusion. Which one will be taking precedence? So let us open all the five. So AppSec domain monitoring, create HR case incident, cab meeting invited place, unsubscribe from notification. So I have opened up all the five. Let us identify to understand how each one does not, clashes with others. Okay. There is no preset condition. You don't see a condition here. You don't see a condition here. You don't see anything here. Just directly checks few things, and if condition matches, it updates, right? And there's do you see a button called stop processing? What this is capable of is so it is here. It is going to check something, right? If this condition satisfies or this condition satisfies. If you have matching condition, it means that this script has worked, right? Otherwise, there is a possibility that because of this specific inbound action, you might not have updated the record. So if you have updated the record or created a record that did anything Based on this script, it means that this inbound action has been processed. If the script condition did not satisfy the satisfy your data, and the script did not update or create or anything in your system, then it means that it did not process anything, right? You understand the definition of processed or not processed, right? So if at all system identifies that it has been processed, then also provided this checkbox is enabled, then what it will do is it will not even look at other inbound actions. It will just stop here. It will not even look at other inbound action. But in this case, we see that this is unchecked, right? So regardless of whether this particular script matches and it got updated or not, it will continue to look at the next one. So how does system knows this is the first one, this is the second one is based on order. So here we have put execution order, right? So technically which one will run first is these two will run simultaneously. The first two will run simultaneously. After that this one will run, and after that these two will run. So let us look at the checkbox stop processing also. Okay. Okay, try to understand this logic. So this one is going to run first. Okay, these two are run together, and if at all your ticket, ticket is processed through this particular inbound action, then it will stop. It won't even look at third item, fourth item, fifth item, nothing, because here it says stop processing. But imagine it went inside this inbound action, and no condition satisfied, because of which it could not update the record, so and so. Then fine, it will proceed to look upon inbound action number 3, right? So based on the order, the third executable item is order 80, and here also it says stop processing is true, meaning again, if you have your email matching the same conditions as you have written in your script, then it's going to update the record, right? Update or insert, do something. If it did anything, then it means that the record has been processed and inbound action has been processed. So here you have been given an instruction in the system saying once it is processed, stop processing. Don't look for anything else. Just be with whatever already processed. Then it will not go to next item. You understand the definitions of stop processing and execution order, right? Any questions on that? Okay, we have received this email 3 minutes ago. Okay, any questions on this? Alright. So this is the email that I sent from my Gmail address. Let me open this and show you how it received. So you open, before you open up also, you have an option to do a right click on this date field, and this there's a context thing called review email. So if you click on it, it will tell you the email body. Hi team, this is what I typed, right? So this comes up here. Okay, now there are several components to it, right? So you just focus on to the one that says user. So this is my Gmail address. It would have been populated with my name if at all. If at all, let us say in user table, you have a profile called system administrator, right? If at all the system administrator email address would be mapped correctly with my personal email address, then instead of saying Snow LK 2021, it would have said system administrator, right? Because system recognize, oh, do I have a user with this email ID? If so, it will um, it will take that record. Otherwise, it will just put the Gmail address. Fine. So now detailed components of these emails are mentioned here, and email subject is put here, and email body in an HTML format it is put here. So we had a lot of spaces, right? So each spaces is decrypted into div elements and all. This you don't have to worry. And if you do a preview email, you will see this data. This is also fine. Now we need to understand whether our inbound action has been processed or not. So you could see There are 29 logs to this email. So I'm trying to see that how many inbound action it attempted, it tried. Oh, can this work? Can this work? How many inbound action did we see in our system totally? We saw 27, right? So there were 22 email actions that had a potential to process. So, but I think none of them processed. System is able to classify uh, it as new first thing. And there were several inbound actions, right? Like for example, an inbound action called update HR case relation case, HR relation case. You see it here. And here the type of this is forward. So our email type is new, but this inbound action, this inbound action type is reply, which does not match. Ours is new, it's theirs is reply, so which does not match. Like that, without matching, we have so many, right? Um, Let us look on to incident inbound action. So I will put contains, right? Star contains keyword means star. Sorry, star incident. So you with the keyword incident itself, how many you have? You have create incident, you have update incident, BP, update incident forward. And that this one got scripted, this one got skipped. And here you can see it says processed. There's one inbound action called the create incident that got processed, as a result of which you have this incident being created. You see the number here, and also you can see, right, system identified that it got created, so it appended the target link with this. So you could just go into this one and look at your data, right? So since my email id is system is not able to recognize my email id because my email id is not registered inside the system, right? So system automatically takes a user account called guest user account. This is one default user account. Whenever system finds that it can't find the user, it will put like this. So you could see that in the script we had put received from that concatenation plus icon and email dot originail, right? And then email dot body text. So all that got filled up. And you can see the email logs also here. So now we have these few fields populated like contact type and all of that. So if we required, we could update the script in such a way that we could see the instructions also filled, technical notes, anything that you want, you can do, right? What I shall do is save it. Let me append my system administrator account with this particular email address. Now what's going to happen is, hmm, let me assign this to able tutor. You need to identify which group able tutor belongs to. Otherwise, if you put a random group, this gets cleared out. So that you'll have to be sure. I'm saving up this record now. Okay, assigned to able tutor must be member, so it was not able to update. So let me look which group did it really belongs to. Oh, it belongs to change management group. What I shall do is I put it in the change management group and accordingly updated with able tutor, and then fine. So you could see that there has been an email sent from ServiceNow to my Gmail address. What does it say? You have been mentioned in INC 112 or something. Why reason is because I had tagged the administrator, site system administrator, and I had put up a comment saying hello CS tester. Now let me look on preview email. You will see that hello CS test here, right? You have been mentioned in system administrator in the incident so and so. Okay, this is all subscription fine. Now, okay, what I shall do is I will, exactly reply back to this email. Um, Solution is satisfied. Please close the case. I'm responding back to that, right? Imagine they have been they're sending an thing that okay, so you have to do like this, you have to do like this. So we are satisfied with their instructions. So saying, okay, I'm good. So let me send this. I did the reply all and I'm sending this. So in another 2 minutes, I should be expecting that. Yeah, no, this you don't worry. This is a different email. We assigned it to able tutor and we assigned it to the change management group, right? So what happened is, it sent an email to all the members of the change management group. That is an existing out of box notification we have. Okay, we will wait for solid 2 minutes for the count to increase from 4 to 5. Okay. So in the meantime, I had explained you what the script does, what stop processing does, targetable action type, right? Execution order also should be aware, right? So let us say um, if I put a role called ITIL, right? So what will happen is when a sender is sending, right, when somebody is sending an email, system is first of all identifying do I have this email ID registered in my user table. If so, it is correctly populating with their name. Otherwise, what it will do, it will go and update the relevant name as guest because system could not identify such a person inside the system. So it will identify it as guest. Now, on top of it, you want to restrict even more. Like you don't want to encourage anybody sending an email. Like for example, let us say Sneha knows this particular email address. What is my email address? The email address is dev56 this thing, right? What if Sneha sends an email to my email address just because she knows it? We don't want to encourage, right? Because Sneha's let us say Sneha's profile is not registered in my system. We don't want to encourage Sneha to be sending email to us. So what we will do is we will put it as required roles ITL, meaning this makes sure that Sneha's profile needs to be registered in the system. In addition to that, Sneha's profile should have a role called ITL. Only then the received email will be processed, otherwise her email will be ignored. It will not even be taken into consideration. So like that, if you have a requirement to do for certain restriction based on roles, you could possibly make utilization of this required roles field. And then if you have a requirement that like people have some scheduled integration as in you have server monitoring tool, right? So what people do is whenever there is a server alert or something, they will in server team they will create a configuration to trigger an email with a specific template whenever there is a server down or there is a any configuration changes in the identified in the when monitoring the server. At that time, there will be some script written in their system which will trigger email to ServiceNow, right? So probably at that time we wanted to create a P1 incident or we wanted to create a change management, something like that. Then we could create all the configuration, but we can put in another restriction that only if I receive this type of email from this specific email address, right? Probably an email address that could say server monitoring. Only then, only then allow that and process it. For such requirements, you could put up the filter for from also. So meaning only the emails from this specific sender will be recognized for this particular inbound action, right? Condition is like, um, let us say for incident creation also, you don't want to encourage all the random emails. Instead, subject should say uh, the keyword create incident. The email subject should have the keyword create incident. Only those should be recognized and processed for this inbound action. Or else you should say like issue or subject contains query or subject contains help or subject contains assist. Right? If a email subject contains any of these keywords, then probably consider it. So you could add conditions like this as well, and then um, if you don't want to do anything, much, like you probably want to set everything static. Like, see here you're doing current dot categories inquiry, right? Instead of that, you could just put inquiry or category category through inquiry URL. So if you put it here itself, you can avoid this link, this particular code of line. You could avoid it. You will require scripting only when you want to keep dynamic things like this, right? Like received from original, and then the slash and represents new line. Like after keeping the email address, it will take two line spaces. I'll show you here. Do you see? Received from original, and then it took a two-line space and then appended with your email body. So the slash and represents that. So if your value is static, then probably use field actions only. But if your value is dynamic, like you want to receive the information from email body and then populate it in your incident, then you might have to do this one line of code. And finally, it will all be accomplished only if you write current.insert. If you don't click insert, what will happen? Imagine trying to create an inbound action, okay? You are setting up all the fields, like you're setting up name, script, everything getting active, everything. If you don't click submit or if you don't click save, now what will happen? Nothing will happen, right? Whatever effort you have put now, all will be vanished. Similarly, this current dot insert is the operation, so which you have to enter, only then ticket will be created. Right. Now, 5 minutes ago, we sent an email reply to the system saying that solution is satisfactory. Let's look at that. Previously it was 4 emails, now we see that it is 7. Fine. Um, okay, so this received email will be automatically appended in the system. Your solution is satisfactory, please close the case, right? Reply from so and so. And now the IT service desk will receive an email stating whole, system administrator has commented. So based on this, people will close the ticket. So you don't even have to log into your, your users, service users don't even have to log into the ticket to enter a comment. They can just reply back to the incident, which will get automatically appended to the system. So this is the reply we sent, right? The solution is satisfactory, so and so. Right. Now, we received an incident, but why do you think it got appended? We received an email, but how do you think it got appended as a comment? It got appended as a comment saying reply from so and so person, right? How do you think it got appended is you have an inbound action called update incident BP. Let us look at this. Similar to create incident, you have an inbound action called update incident BP. Based on that only, whatever email you responded back, it got appended in your incident ticket.
So let us see what are the requirements needs to be satisfied to have for this to happen. It has to be identified as a reply email. Yes, ours is a reply email and it has the keyword RE, so system recognized it as a reply email. Fine. Then what else is the condition? Then nothing much. So what it is checking is if my current table is incident, and then checking if my email subject converted to lowercase, and then contains, index of means contains. If it contains the keyword, please reopen. If it is true, what true meaning like greater than or equal to zero, right? What is greater than or equal to zero? 0, 1, 2, 3. All positive integers are considered as greater than or equal to zero. Then it means that it is true, right? At so and so timing, process this one, and then enter the comments like this. And if the person, whoever sends the email, if the person has the role, do certain operation. After doing all this, I told you operation is important, right? Operation method. So there we gave insert. Here we are trying to update the existing record. Okay, fine. But it's a very large confusion. System received an email, fine, and it is identified as a reply. But how does system know this email response is the reply of this so and so ticket, right? Because I would have received 10 emails today and I responded to one ticket. How does system response understands that, oh, like Lakshmi's reply was for this email only? How does system recognize is based on there's something called watermark. Control MS, control F MSG, control F MSG, control F MSG. I'll show you again. Properties. For every email, system brings up a unique component called watermark, which will be like MSG colon REF, some fancy alphanumeric combination. So how I tell you that every record has a unique SysID. Similarly, every single email has a unique MSG, like a watermark. We call it as a watermark. So system knows that like for one incident itself, it is sending 10 emails, right? One is meant for comments, one is meant for status change, one is meant for new ticket creation, announcement, a lot of other things. So for every single email across any table or any record, every single email will have a separate watermark. So when system receives a reply, first it just looks for the keyword of watermark. Oh, where is my keyword? Where is my keyword? These scripts are not visible, but just for understanding, I'm saying these scripts are out of box. These configurations are not visible to the developers. Any tool you take, 80% or 70% of the scripts will be visible for us, but there will be some 30% of the code which will be not visible for us. Just that we need to have that understanding of how it works. So there are watermarks based on which system identifies, okay, this one is a reply of that particular email. And accordingly it goes
Uh,
and
by defaultly, watermark will be present or we should
auto,
create it.
auto generated by the system. How societies are auto generated by the system when you try to create a record accordingly. When an email is sent from ServiceNow, at that time for each sent email there will be one watermark available. I'm trying to show that to you. It will have this exact syntax as I told you. Ref MSG colon ref. So if any of you is right now working in any of the organizations having service now, you could go to uh, this particular table and then open up any records. Oh, you don't even have to open up records. Yeah, like in Outlook, right? In Outlook, you will be receiving emails, right? Your ticket has been committed. Like look for any previous last month email or any email or today email, whatever. In the email body, if at all the email was received from ServiceNow, you will have a watermark. Like the name is watermark, but it will say like MSGREF. It will say some alphanumeric combination. You will be able to find it in your company instances. Yes, that is how system identifies. Right, an email you have a button called resend. Like for example, user says, "Hey, I received this email 1 month ago, but I'm checking in my Outlook. It's not there. Probably it got deleted here. Could you please resend?" Then you just have to spot that exact email from the email logs, and then click on the button resend. But it's not advisable to do. But I'm telling you, like there will be few requirements like this coming from people. Any doubts so far? Okay, so there isn't any doubt. I have few more components also to explain about inbound actions. So we'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll be back at 9 o'clock. Today we're taking a little early break, so we'll always make sure we'll be back at 9 o'clock and we'll rest in the session. I'll give another 1 minute for you, in case if you have any questions, please let me know. Yeah, I agree. Should we should we resume? Or, I think.
Yes.
So now I have told you the components of the inbound action. So probably we will take the next 1 hour as an extension towards scripting, right? In inbound actions, you have a lot of scripts. It's important for you to understand what this line means, what the other line means, and all. So probably we will discuss that in detail today. Uh, we will concentrate only on the table called incident. That will finish, and then I will explain the rest all things. Let me finish recording here. So I have opened up my file. Right. So as you should be already knowing gs.get user ID is there, right? Gs dot is a glide system utils, and you have several functions like get username, get full name, and all of that, right? So you have several functions. Each of them does each job. If the system is able to identify who sent this email, their account will be put on here. That is just your get user ID, and anything that says current dot, these are nothing but fields which you already know. So, and as I told you, email.origmail is the email address of the sender, and body underscore text is the email body. And similarly, you have email.subject also and email.from also. So there's two things: email.from and email.originmail. So what will happen is email.from will give like names of the person, like the system administrator, like that. Email.original is going to give you the email address of the system administrator. For example, in my case, it is no lk2021 at gmail.com, right? So that is the difference. If you want to print out the user name, then go with email.from. If you want to print out the email address only, then put this one.
But name you will be able to find only if you can find the user registered inside of the system. Otherwise, name you cannot find it, right? Email not from will not make any use. So email dot origin mail is the best option. Even if it is a guest user or normal user, they will have an email address, registered or not registered, both ways. And then this till this I think you shouldn't be having any doubts, but this one and all is like static inquiry. But the moment you see this, right, see anywhere if you hover it says, it's a different font or different font and it's written bolded. So you should have an understanding, okay, this is not a normal thing, it's something else. So when you over onto it, if you find something like that, it will either open into documentations or definitions. If it's a documentation, it will take you to docs.servicenow. If it's a definition, it will take you to script includes inside of ServiceNow. So I did a right click. I mean, if I hover itself, it was telling me in hyperlink. So there is a possibility of an hyperlink. So I do a right click and I click on open definition. So it takes me to a script include. Fine, right? So this description you don't bother. You have scripts, these many, right? So in this script include is called incident state. In that there is one variable called new. So you write instance date dot new. Again, that is referencing assigned with another script include, right? So as I told you, whenever you see an hyperlink or an underscore, it means that okay, it's going to take you somewhere else. Now here they are not doing nothing much, but trying to set up values like what is new value, what is in progress value, like that. They're trying to set it up here. If you find this very complex, you could just put it like this here. One instance state backend value of new is 1. You could put directly like this also. But they're trying to keep some process, meaning like in future, if you in every place you want to change it, right? Let us say you wrote 10 client script, 10 business rules if state is new 111. But for some reason, after 2 years, you're changing the backend values of 1 to something else like 100 or something. At that time, what you have to do, you would have to end up changing at 100 places. It is first of all difficult to find which 100 places you have modified. So instead of that, everywhere it will call up this script include, and this script include will tell you which is your state value, what is the backend name of your state value, right? Now, so as I told you, this in this script include we are looking for a variable initialized called new. So if you look at that, it is there right away in the first line, but again that is not directly set. Again, this is calling into another script include. So I will do a right click, open definition. Fine. Now this is incident state.new, right? Let me copy this and paste it inside the script section. This one is like protected by service now. We can't edit it. We can just look at it. So instance state snc.new is nothing but the value 1. So just to get this value 1, we did this many steps. Instead, you could have written it as 1 itself. But as I told you, there's pros and cons to it. Like in future, if you want to change it, it's not. It will be like it will not be like one common place. Instead, it will be split into several places, which is a problem. So for that reason, make sure you make use of script includes, and that script include be a centric point, right? And then this thing, right, email.body.assign and all of that. Let me show you how to uh, right. So the keywords are assign and the keywords are importance, right? It's exactly the same. Importance, assign. Okay, this importance is different. This is about setting up email importance, right? In Outlook, you have an option to set In Outlook, you have an option to set up um, important, right? Like here, there will be an icon marked as important. So that one is about email dot importance. So how am I able to differentiate is because here you see email dot body dot assign, meaning in email body you will have a keyword called assign. If it is keyword is not undefined, meaning if it is present, then what you do is uh, mark your incident assigned to with this particular value that you received here, right? Similarly, if importance is not equal to undefined, then your incident should be marked with impact and urgency 1, which will end up in creating a P1 incident. So this is how it will work. Any questions with regard to this inbound action? If this is clear, we'll go to the next ones. Alright. So usually in description, they will give you detailed analysis of what that means, right? Because it's all out of box inbound actions, right? So more than us, they would have documented really well. If you read this, you will be able to get better understanding of what this is about. But it's exactly the same I explained to you, right? So let's jump into next inbound action, which is nothing but update incident. So this will be processed. Okay, this is inactive. I think, yeah, we did not inactivate it. System they themselves inactivated. Instead of that, you have another thing called update incident BP, which is active. Let's look at this. Only when it is considered as a reply, this is going to work out. And as I told you, gs.include. Gs.include means what will happen is the script include called validators, and inside that script include whatever function or parameter is there, it will be made use of. Right? For example, here you have a keyword called this numeric, right? Now, if you look for the keyword is numeric, it will not be found anywhere else. So it might be confusing for you. No, I mean, is it like some out of box function or what? Like, it might be confusing for you, right? Where they have defined what this is supposed to do. Nothing is mentioned here. So what it will do is, here what you are bringing is this one line will make sure that, okay, I'll tell you. This one line is equivalent to entering this, right? Is equivalent to copy pasting the entire script. You have it in your validator script include. Now you can see, right? Is numeric is called in this function. Is this clear? I can explain it one more time. It might be a little confusing at first place. Just let me know if this is not clear.
Explained it.
Okay. So this is the original script, right? Original. I've done Control Z undo. This is the original script. So what this gs.include is capable of is whatever name it is put in, it is nothing but the script include name. So it means that this line from I'm reading this line, it means that there is a script include called validators, and whatever functions that is written inside validators will apply to my ongoing, further coming script lines. In further coming script lines, I can make utilize of any functions that is added to my script include, right? For example, in this script include, you have a function called this numeric is integer contains only character, right? So you don't have in this function they have defined what is mean by is numeric, what is mean by is integer. All these they have kept here itself. So instead of writing it does this as character 0, comma 1, comma 2, you just have to put is integer, is numeric. Only that much you have to do. So this, as I told you, introducing this one line means you're pasting this entire script here, right? Now, when the script is calling is numeric, then there is already a function defined for it, so it will reference there. So this is how it works, right? So this one, it might look like a simple line, but this line is equivalent to these 27 lines. Okay, now line number 3, current dot get table name of is equal to incident, right?
Now we received a reply email, right? That reply email could have been a result of a case, or it could have been result of a change request, problem request. You don't know. Only when you check your REF, that watermark, you will know which table it is. If at all, if system is able to identify the table as incident, that the function to identify the table name is get table name of. If it is able to identify the table as incident, then it's going to check whether my email subject, having that converted to lowercase, does it contain the keyword please reopen. This I already explained like this. Greater than equal to 0 means positive integers. If it is true, then do this and do this and all, right. So this one I will further explain. Reason is because you see something very highlighted color, which means that it's a script include. So I hover onto it, I see an hyperlink, I do a right click, open definition. So there's a script include called incident. Now what they're doing is they're calling the script include inside of this one function called the reopen. Inside that one function they're passing two parameters. One parameter is gr. Gr is nothing but current. Current means any object of the table. Like you can just put gr dot short description means it will give you the incidence short description. If you put gr dot description, it's gonna give you incidence description like that. And then obviously the email. So you get both the data here. Now let us see what the script include does, function does, reopen, right? Okay, in the script include they have not written anything much. Instead, they are extending the script include further through another script include called incident SNC. Incident SNC, right? So we are going there. And here we are able to find a function called reopen. So the moment system does that, it will process the script from line number 22 to 47. So I'll explain again. It might look like one single line, but this one single line is capable of calling this script include, which is capable of further calling this script include. And in this script include, we have a function called reopen, right? See, reopen is what the function we are looking for. So in this reopen function, how many lines of codes are there? Like 20 to 47, meaning like 20 plus lines of codes are there. So this 20 plus lines of codes will be processed. So I can explain you what is there in this 20 lines of code. If GR I said that wherever GR is there, it means that representing to incident that specific record. If that incident specific record's state is equal to means validation, right? Not setting of values, but validation. Double equal to means validation. If it is nothing but resolved, again it calls another script include. If you look at that resolved value is 6, okay? So just in here you think it as 6. If it is 6, then uh, reset it to equal to means set it to in progress, and then put a work notes. The caller did not feel that the issue was resolved, and then update the record, right? Otherwise, if the ticket has been closed, then what you do is you go and okay, they're trying to create a um, okay, they are trying to create a new incident, and there they are trying to update it. I will tell you what happens is actually, and they are going to explain you the process. In incident, the people will, the SME means subject matter expert who is assigned to the ticket, and caller is the person who reported the issue. They will have conversation, and SME will give some suggestions that might be satisfied or not satisfied for the user. But sometimes, without even having to get a confirmation, they will directly resolve the ticket. People don't close the ticket, people resolve the ticket. So what happens is, if resolve the ticket, people will receive an email like the caller. The caller is going to receive an email stating, "Hey, your ticket has been resolved." Now they have 3 days time. 3 days time whether they can decide whether um, they want to reopen the ticket or leave it as such. If they leave it as such, the ticket will be automatically changed from incident state resolved to closed in 3 days. You have a system property for that where you define how many days you want to wait before you close your incident. So let us say they reply back to the email. So it will say click here to reopen. So if they reply back to the email, incident will be reopened. How that is reopened is, so system is going to check whether
the state is still resolved. If it is still resolved, then it will change it to in progress. If it is not, it's going to create a duplicate ticket and say, hey, like, the person was not satisfied, the caller did not feel that this issue was resolved. And it's going to reopen the ticket. This is the process. So now, having explained the process, so you were able to understand the script, right? Any questions, let me know. All right, yeah. So jumping back to this line I have explained, this line also I have explained. And then this email.body.assign and priority, right? As I told you, in email body, assign priority, priority column 1 or priority column 2, like that. So what will happen is, since when you write it in script like this, system is going to check in email body, do I have a keyword called assign? And if that assign field has some value, then set it against the field assigned to of my incident. Similarly, like that, priority. So the syntax goes like this: email dot body dot the keyword that you're looking for. Right? Sometimes you might receive an email without that keyword. Without that keyword, then fine, it will not go inside the C flow. So here itself clearly says that, right? If it is not equal to undefined, only then process it. And also that priority you're saying sending, you shouldn't send it like high, low, nothing. You should send it with numbers because it is doing a validation here. Like check is numeric. Body dot priority is numeric. When you say is numeric, it's nothing but it goes to this function. In this function, it checks whether it contains the characters and text 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, comma, dot, and hyphen. Only these things satisfying, then it is considered as is numeric true. Otherwise, it is false. Right? Any questions with this particular inbound action? Okay, so first two inbound actions I have explained. I'll explain the last one. This is again simple. It doesn't require any explanation. It's all simple. Any questions here? Do you see something different that you want me to explain explicitly? Alright. So this looks like a little bigger one. I can explain though. So the simple keynote is actually whenever for example, you write a script include. I think it was Rahim. So Rahim was telling yesterday that the script include was not working, right? So what he had done is trying to like he created a script include or he created line script first. I don't know which one first, but he tried to type it. Like for example, if script include name is custom utils, he tried to type it. What happened is in script include table, the name is like with capital, but in client script, he used small. So how it will work? Like system can't recognize. You will have to be very sure you're calling that function or calling that script include anything or variable at least. You have to use the exact specific case. So it's like we're all humans. It's difficult to retype exactly the same way, right? Just do a copy paste. Go to the specific script include, look at that name, copy and paste it in client script. Don't try to retype it, which will end up in error. Right. So this calling a script include, this is the script include. Again, this one is calling a function of a script include. This is script include. How I'm saying is, um, this on-call workflow utils as script include has been stored in a variable called on-call workflow utils, and from there it is an extension to it. So in this script include, you have a function called parse email response. In that, they're sending two parameters. One is email's body text, and the other one is incident number. What is incident number? Is current dot get value of number, your incident number. 1 minute. Alright. Okay. Um, Again, whenever you see something like this, these are like functions, and here you see right glide record. So here you see glide records. So as I told you, in ServiceNow, the complete scripting is basically um, glide system, and then glide form, which is in client script, and then glide record, and then script includes. So if you practice this, right, it comes like a muscle memory. Like if you do 100, or like let's say if you do 50 glide records, you should be good. And if you could do 50 client records, and if you could do 20 script includes by your own self, like meaning not like looking at the screen, copying, typing, pasting, no. You understand and you would understand and do it. If you do that, then almost your 80% in scripting in ServiceNow is done. It's only this much. If you look at any other technologies, the development part will be very complex. Like it will be a never-ending chain. You'll have to learn more and more and more. Here also you'll have to learn more, but not with regard to scripting, but with regard to processes, right? To understand the incident process itself, it will take you like it will be a 100-page documentation. So the content and the richness of the documentation and content is high in service now, but scripting is like once you're so super good in basics, you should be able to handle anything else coming up forward. Just that it will be an extension of that scripting. You don't have to worry about that. So make sure these four things you know you practice it as many times as possible. Usually, in interviews also, they will ask you what is the difference between display business rule and async business rule, client script. How do you do that? These are the basic questions they will ask. If at all they want to have a hands-on session, then they're going to ask you for glide record and scripting code, only that much. They will not complicate it more. And you don't have anything much to complicate it as well. But if you're appearing for a 5 years experience, 6 year experience, it might differ. Like the expectation could be a little more higher. But anybody for stating or portraying as a 3 or 4 year experience, they should absolutely do the best for your ability. So these are the few inbound actions that we discussed today. Any questions with regard to this? Okay. So if there isn't any question, we will finish up this session a little earlier today. We finished up now, and again we'll connect back on Monday. You have 2 days leave, right? Just if you get time, try to see, look at the existing recordings, and try to do as many practice exercises as possible. So by Monday, you should be, confident enough of whatever we've learned today. And if there is any doubts, just put me on WhatsApp. I'll try and see if I get time I could explain. Otherwise, I'll explain it on Monday session. Right? All right, guys. Fine. So thank you, everyone. We'll join back again on Monday.
Know upfront that today we will have only 1 hour of session, and from tomorrow onwards, again, 2 hour session will be continued. And today, let's focus on glide records. So you remember we had already finished glide record and glide checks. Today we will have a like hands-on workshop inside the session itself to practice glide record functions such as update, create, and delete. So usually when you write any script, you write it at the places like glide records. You generally write it at any server side scripts. So server side scripts includes like background scripts and fix script. So I'll tell you when we will use fix script. Fix script we will use it only when the action is like a one-time fix, one-time running of scripts to perform any operation. So we shall use scheduled job. Like there's something called schedule job. So you will run a schedule script of execution when you want to perform any when you want to perform any scripts on a periodical basis. For example, let us say It's, let us say we have a requirement, find incidents that are open and status and the ticket has not been updated on last 3 days. Then trigger an email to the assignee with CCing the incident caller. So let's say this is requirement number 1. Requirement number 2 is we'll keep it something like identify solved tickets and mark them as or update them as status closed with a comment, right? I'll put another requirement, identify active users without whose login is 30 days back and send an email to them. Identify active users with empty email address and send an email to their respective managers. Get list of incidents assigned to inactive users. Um, update comments and send email to the respective group managers of the respective incidents. These are probably like we can consider it as some 5 requirements for today. So and we have 6 people on the session. So each of you could take each one of these requirements and start working on the instances. So anyway you stuck or something, just ping me your this thing name. I hope the credentials would be a trainer and password will also be password. So once you ping me this and if you require any help, I can log into your session and I can fix it right away. Write this thing. So I'll show you where you have to write it. So you take to your scheduled job. Under system definition you have scheduled jobs, scheduled jobs new.
Hello,
Yes please.
hello.
Yes please.
My headphone was not working, Lakshmi, so I was not able to hear you. Could you please
Or
brief me?
repeat. Sure.
Yeah.
So today the session is going to be only 1 hour. Probably we'll close it at 9 o'clock, and from tomorrow we'll continue with the 2 hour session. And for today, it is not going to be training. Instead, it's going to be hands-on workshop. So where you get to practice inside the session itself, right? In addition to the extra practice sessions that you have at your own time, this time we'll have it here itself. And I've given some 5 use cases. We have 6 people logged in today. So each of you take any random one use case and start working on your PDIs. So if you get any help, you require any help or anything in middle of the session, just right away let me know through through conversation or chat with your DEV ID, right? Developer this thing alone. I will log into a session right away in screen share, and I will tell you what is wrong and why it did not work, and we'll fix it right away, right? So what the expectation is that when each of you take it, we will finish up all the 5 use cases today itself, like on a round robin basis. Each one of you take one thing, and probably in the last 10 minutes we will screen share and show everybody's work at 9 o'clock. And to do all of these, what you would require is, so we're going to run a server side script that you can run it in fixed script also, background script also, but this one we will write it as a scheduled job. So in left navigation you type it as scheduled jobs, so it takes you through here. And okay, I'm going to schedule jobs. Okay, so you click on new. So once you click on new, there is something called interceptor. What is an interceptor is, like, it can give you links or something, like each one will take you to a different page. So here I'm saying that automatically run a script of your choosing. So here you give a name, and probably you give it as like daily, monthly, periodical, or on demand. When you do on demand, you have to click on button execute now. This is the place you're going to write your script, right? So this has to mostly do with glide record. This has to mostly do with glide record. So everybody get started with it, and any doubts anyway, just ask me. I can help you with the algorithm. So this one, glide record incident table. Okay, with required filter. What is the required filters? Updated on, not updated on last 3 days. That is a required filter. And then create event, create notification. Okay. Then glide record while loop, we need to trigger these events. This is the complete um, breakdown of this requirement in terms of scripting. This is the glide record update function. Nothing much. Can I know which one? Who wanna take which one? I'll definitely help you, even if you do not know, like, single line or how to proceed. I'll definitely help you. But I want each one of you to pick an item. So all of you guys have your instances logged in.
Yes, Lakshmi.
All right. So you want to pick one of these from this list. So do you have a priority, like which one you want to take?
Third one, identify active users whose login is 30 days back and send them an
Okay.
IS.
Okay. So this is Joshnavi. All right. Rahim, you want to pick something?
Identify active users with empty mail address and send an email to their
Okay.
respective manager.
Okay. So Manideep, you want to pick something?
I will go for the second one.
Okay. So this is
Neha.
Neha, right? Okay. And we have Vishnu and Manideep now. Vishnu, you want to pick one? You've got options from 1 and 5.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm connecting from mobile actually.
Oh, you're working through mobile.
Uh,
Okay, so I'll see what Manideep takes. The other ones I'll assign it to you, and we will work on it together Vishnu.
Yeah, okay.
Manideep, are you there with us?
Yeah, fifth one.
Okay. All right. Get it started. Somewhere you're stuck or something. Right away, let me know. And if you could let me know your development instance, names, I'll just save it here so that I can log in right away. Okay, Vishnu, I'm not going to talk, but just walk on your requirement so that it should not distract the other people. So just watch it, and whenever you have a doubt, ping me on WhatsApp or else just ping me on this chat thing.
I'm show my requirement once.
Who's this? I'll put it on chat as well.
Okay, active users. Empty. Okay.
Hey, hi guys, where are we now?
Hello, Lakshmi.
Yes, Nega. So, anywhere you require any help?
Yes, I'm not able to do it. I know what to do, but I don't know
Okay,
how to loop it. Like, I don't know.
got it. Give me your ID, Dev.
Yeah. Should I put it in the chat box or what?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So, your requirement is about?
The state of the ticket. If the state of the ticket is resolved, then mark
Mhm.
them or update them as closed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to list of incidents. Can you make me admin? Like, what you have to go to is like go to my user profile and give me role admin.
I I have given
I don't
previously
think so.
बहुत सारे सेशन पहले.
Can you try to see if you can give it again? Like, from your instance, just log in and see. I mean, with your account, go to my profile and see if I have the role admin map to me. If not, just
Where
please give me.
where should I go, ma'am?
What you have to do is left navigation users. Okay. So under user administration, you will see users. Go there, and in the name you give trainer. You will see only one record. You will see one record. Imagine you have to open that record, and then in related list you will have roles. Here you have to see whether that admin role, like star admin, that admin role is available or not. Not this kind of admins, exactly this admin, right? If it is not available, just click on edit button and give me admin role. All right. In the meantime, Brahim and Joshnavi, be able to work on it. If not, let me know. We will work it together.
Could you please show me how did you do that? I'm not able to do it.
In left navigation, go to type users. Did you go?
Yeah,
If you scroll down under user administration, you will see users module, right? Can you open it in a new tab?
just a minute.
Lakshmi, give me few
Yes,
more
please.
minutes to complete.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I went there, ma'am.
Okay, here type trainer and open that record.
Yes, yes, I went there.
Okay, so can you see the role admin mapped?
From where I will see, ma'am.
Okay, so like let us say this is trainer account. You have to open the record in new tab and scroll down. You will see related list. You will see roles, right? In related list. So what I'm asking you is, can you see the role called admin available in this list?
Yes, but it is written false. Inherit
Where
at
inherited is fine. Like you see,
role
okay.
admin, yes.
Can you tell me the user ID? What does the user ID says?
Trainer dot snow.
Okay, so it is trainer dot snow, not trainer.
Okay, sorry.
No problem, no problem. So it looks like you created two accounts. One is trainer dot snow, the other one is
Mm-hmm.
trainer.
Seems. Mhm.
Um, okay, yeah, here I have the this thing. So what you have to do is, so you went to schedule jobs, right? And you tried creating one, isn't it? Did you not create it already? I can't see anything in the schedule job. So requirement is update state to closed. Called incident states to closed. Right. So anyway, you have a question, let me know. So what we have to do is where gr tab in your keyboard, you will have a button called tab. Click on this, it will automatically give you the script. So now we need to do it in the incident table. So we'll choose the table as incident, and then we need to apply filters, right? State is resolved. Run. Okay, we have no records here. So what we will do is we will manually resolve like two tickets so that will have records to match our conditions.
Did you see the bar which is coming? I was not able to do that also.
This
The
one,
process flow.
this one.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I'll do that. We'll finish up this and I'll do that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now when I refresh this filter, I'll see two records. Copy query. So I have put up this filter. I can see two records. Now I'm doing a copy query. So here I'm gonna do dot add
encoded query. Inside the double quotes, I'll paste whatever I got it in the copy query and finish up the semicolon. So I'm running the filter and I know for a fact there's going to be more than one record. So I'll put while loop. So what I need to do is I need to set my state with another value, right? Probably 3. How do I know whether closed is 3 or not? So to reconfirm, what you can do is you put state is closed and do a run and do a right click copy query. State is 7. Okay. So 7 represents closed. 7 means closed. Okay. And then you need to update this, right? So you have to put gr.update. Finish up with a semicolon. And I also asked you to put up a comment, right? With a comment. Gr.comment is equal to double quotes state updated from resolved to closed by system admin, right? Like that I'll put up a comment. That's all. Save this up and I want this to be executed right away, right? So I can click on execute now, but I want you to also show a log, like, to demo it to you. So what I will prefer is I will go to background. I'll type background. So I see something called scripts hyphen background. So I go up here and I paste up the script and I run this. So what happens when I run this? Automatically it will help me to find the list of incidents and I can easily navigate to those incidents. So I can see that it has jumped to state called closed, and then okay, comments was not updated, which could possibly because I should have put comments instead of comment. So I will do a rollback. I'm saying rollback, like whatever my script did now, just take me back. So that's what I'm doing. Fine. Now I at least have one script matching my condition. So I'll run the script again. So look at my incident again. Okay, so you could see, right? It got updated with the comment. I'll repeat again with the script. So going to incident table and putting up a filter status 6, and while it iterates through each record, we're setting the state to 7, which means closed, and we're also setting the comments with this exact static value, and then this is the main operation gr.update. So once this is done, that's all. So there were 2 records matching your condition. Both the records changed to state closed with the comments added like this. Any questions? Any questions?
No, no, no.
All right. So regarding this layout thing, right? So what we'll do is right click. Okay. Right click, configure form layout. So you have process flow and all of that, which is fine. Split is there, right? So split is there, end split is there, but you do not have given any begin split. So we will give
Oh,
left.
I saw the other day the video about it on YouTube, but I didn't get it that time.
Okay. So we will introduce begin split, but begin split also we should make sure we should not put it on the first. We should put it after process flow. Okay, after process flow. So I'm saving this, right? So you can see it here. You created multiple values.
That's what I don't want. I just want a normal process flow. That's what my question was actually.
Okay.
How to delete this new process
Okay.
and
So
all
in
that.
left navigation, you type process flow, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And there you filter out with your table called incident. So it was it. So what you do is the additional ones you disable it. right? For closed, there should be only one. Why would you want two? So I will deactivate the other two. Same like that. Okay.
But how did it come? Because
Okay, let me look at the created and created by. Probably you might only create it because um, system will not have any duplicates.
no, I myself created it. I know that, but why it is copying? The question is that.
No, it is not copying. Like for example, for resolved, you should have only one for each table. See, incident table, status 6 means you want it to be shown as resolved. Fine, but why do you have two entries for it? Should have only one entry. So I'm disabling another entry. So while creating, like unknowingly you created it twice or thrice. So that's why it's showing several times. Now I had disabled, right? I'll do filter out. I want to see only the active ones. In new also look, you have four. I'll show you the created time, okay? Um,
Hmm.
6th,
Different
7th,
days must be there.
yeah.
Because I was doing just practice of it and it got
So
created.
you were again practicing like saving insert and stay. So you might have done insert and stay, right? Insert and stay creates a
Hmm.
duplicate. So that could have been the result. So I have disabled all the unnecessary extra duplicates. Now I'm refreshing, so I'll see the proper ones, right? Once. And I think
Yes.
closed should be on the right. The reason why it's in the middle is because of your order.
Mm-hmm.
Closed should have, like, I'll put an order of 100. So that comes in the last, right?
Yes.
And resolved, I want to put it like 80 so that it comes after on hold. Yeah, that's all fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Rahim or Joshnavi, can we look at yours? So if that was not complete, also fine. We'll finish up now. Okay, Rahim, can I have your link? Like your dev ID, like dev 453, like that. The URL, just the name. DAV. Okay, so what was Rahim's requirement? Identify active users with empty email address and send an email to their respective managers. Okay, what all have you done so far, Rahim? Have you created a scheduled job? I think your mic is muted. Okay, I don't think see any scheduled job saved. Did you write it as a fixed script or have not yet started also? Okay, Rahim, in this recording, you will see I have completed requirement number one. Requirement number one is very similar to your requirement. So what you can do is look at my requirement and accordingly see if you could complete this. And somewhere you have a problem, let me know in WhatsApp. I'll be able to fix it for you. Right? I really want you to give it a try. Like you should have at least written 2 lines, 3 lines, and after that I could have been able to help you further. But not at all starting, I would not encourage. So I want you to type something, keep something ready, like probably at least 2 lines, which could be only 10% of the script, which is fine. From there we will be able to bring on.
Excuse me, Lakshmi. I
Yes,
have a
Neha.
question.
Yes,
I
please.
wrote something on the script, but I don't know. I didn't save it, I guess. So my question is, why don't we use the row function in this thing in particular my script?
Why did we not use which function?
Row count.
Okay, so if you want to your update operation, like for example, you want to update only first 10 records, or else like only 10 records, 5 records. At that time, probably you can use a row function. Otherwise, let us say if the row is exactly so and so, if the row is greater than number of rows that you received is greater than 10, then you want to do some function, then you can do. But in none of my requirements, I have given a condition that uh, if you find more than 10 records matching the condition, update. I have not given anything with regard to count, so you don't require to use a row function, right? Only when there is a necessity, your condition demands row, then you can use. But in my requirements, I did not give, right?
Yes, yes, okay.
All right.
In schedule script executive,
Hmm.
I had
Hmm.
done VGR glide record of a user table.
Okay. I'm looking at updated Z2A. I can't find anything. Can you help me with the name of the schedule job?
Sorry, I didn't update it, ma'am. Just I am
Just save it.
doing.
Just save it so that I can see it. Let me know if you find any error, showing up while saving. Let us say if you find any error, while saving, what you have to do is,
Saved, ma'am.
all right. Okay, trigger to manager. Rahim. Oh, you did a var gr and pressed tab, all right. Okay, so identify active users with the empty email address, which is fine. Send an email to their respective managers, right? Okay. Now, how do you send an email? You have to trigger an event. So we'll put gs.event queue of empty dot email dot notify.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, this
Okay,
is the
okay.
name I'm gonna give it to for my event, comma object gr represents a user table, okay, comma to whom I'm gonna send an email, gr dot manager, right, meaning this records manager. I'm gonna send an email. Okay, I'll save this up, and then next job is I need to create an event. While creating an event, I have to make sure I use the same exact name, and the event will also be on the user table, right? So just it's like a note for us for developers. We'll save this done, and then we'll create a notification. We'll create new, notify managers of subordinates with email unassigned, right? When send when is event is fired. So in this place we'll give empty.email.notify, right? And then who will receive is, um, I'll come back. um, One of your subordinate does not have an email assigned. Take immediate actions. Okay, actions. And then here, let me save this first. Once I save it, I will be able to see multiple fields like extra fields. So in who will receive, I will put param1 contains recipient, because what I'm doing in my schedule job, in param1 I'm sending the I'm sending the manager's SID. In param2 I'm leaving it as empty. So param1 contains recipient, or else you could just go to this users or groups and you can choose manager directly. That will also be a simpler option. And here we will give the details of the user, as in, okay, here I have to choose the table user. name, username, user ID. What else we can give? Phone number, home phone, location. Okay, so these are details I'm going to give it to the person. And then what I'll do is I will execute this job now. Again, same story as I told to Sneha. I want to exactly see what is happening. So what I'll do is I better put it in my background script as part of testing. Otherwise, on a long term, you will just, okay. So what I can now check is, first I want to check whether my events have been triggered. So I will go to event logs and then created is set to a empty.email.notify show matching, and I can see these many. So what I can do is go to emails table to understand whether mails have triggered or not. The main intention of this task is for the emails to get triggered, right? Okay, so looks like what has happened is there were users who did not have email address as well as who did not have managers. So I'll just add up another condition. Manager is not empty. I'm going to also parallelly check my email properties to understand if you had disabled sending, something like that. Sending enabled only, fine. Sys underscore user, no will receive. I'm going to add manager as well. Save this up. Oops. Save this, not insert, but save. User table, fine. Okay, I'm gonna run this background script again and look for the email logs.
Clicking on preview notification, we can see the body of the notification, right?
Yeah, we can see the body and the subject of the notification. When an event is fired, this is your event.
I could not see it in the email logs. However, if you want to practice, you could just put this user account Melissa December in the preview notification, right? So it says users notification setting is disabled. That's why. For David Lou, right? It is marked as disabled. That's why it's not receiving an email. So I'm going to enable this back, and then I'm going to process my script. So at least that one record I will get it. Again, I'll click on preview notification. Now if I choose Melissa, user has no usable devices. Okay, we will have to map it to any of these devices. So the point here is that, so once you click on this notification, you put up this person's name, so you could see all the details as we expected. Home phone is possibly empty for this user, that is why it doesn't show up. Otherwise you could see all of your subject and everything gets popped up here, right? So the script for this is going, we are querying user table, putting a filter active true email is empty, and while we know that it's going to have multiple records for a fact, so we use while loop here, and then we're triggering event. Each time it runs on, it triggers an event. So that event contains your event name, then table name. Gr represents your user table name, and then the first parameter we are giving it as gr.manager, the manager sys id. Right? Any doubt?
No, I don't.
All right, so let's look into Joshnavi's thing. Password is ADMIN A capital. Joshnavi, the admin thing, it's all capital and small that you have given. Is it correct? Okay, seems so. The requirement we gave for her is identify active users and send an email to them. Right. Active users whose login is 30 days back. Okay, you're trying to put add aggregate, right? You don't require glide aggregate here, Joshnavi. Glide aggregate, you want to identify some mathematical operations as an average, distinct values, count, and all of that. You will use glide aggregate. But we are need to perform an operation. For operations like update or querying records, you only require glide record. You do not require glide aggregate, right? So I have removed the script and instead I had put glide record. So we're going to find the list of active users. Again, it will be on sys underscore user table. So we'll go to users table, put up a filter, active is true, and logged in, last login is 30 days back, right? So what you have to put is relative. Okay, there's a filter called operator called relative before 30 days ago, before 30 days ago, right? So I see there are 8 people like this. Copy query,
and here gr dot add encoded query, double quotes, paste it up here, finish up with a semicolon, and there's a possibility there could be more records. So you, instead of if you have to put while loop, and then again here our requirement is to send an email. So gs.evenQ is more than enough. Um, um, Inactive login user. That is the event name I'm giving, and again table name represents gr, and then I'm going to send an email to whom? Send an email to themselves. Okay, gr.email. Finish up. So with this, your script is done. Next, we have to create an event and we have to create a notification. The event name I have to match exactly the same name that I gave here. So copy paste instead of writing. And here I have to give sys underscore user table. So we are firing it through get job, which is this just for our reference. I'm going to create a new notification. If users late logins is the notification. Oh, active users no login is the notification name that I'm going to give. I'm going to impose it on the user table because my event, my sketch job, everything is on the user table when a event is triggered, and event name is this one. Who will receive is okay. We'll give a subject, we'll give a body. So if you want to choose any field, you can choose from the right side. I'm going to give save. So we'll choose like Paramount contains recipients also the person's email ID. Either ways we'll put it, we'll save it. We'll copy this thing, run it in the background scripts, right? Scripts hyphen background. Paste it, run it, then look for event logs to check whether my events have been properly triggered or not. And then also look for emails. So I'll do created is to a. Yeah, so I can see there were few. We can ignore the ones which are empty. So proper 6 I have, and I'm going to check on my email. Okay, so you can see that I'll do is to a. You can see that emails were triggered to hackers RSCMDB admin survey users with subject as so and so, because we created itself like dummy email. We did not properly create subject body and all, right? That's all. Any questions, Joshnavi? All right, guys, fine. So you will find this recording as usual. So that's all for today. From tomorrow onwards, we'll start up with the regular classes. This is just a breakthrough in the middle to get you practiced with few things. All right, guys.
Thank
I'm
you.
closing that we discussed yesterday, so I forgot to paste it in WhatsApp chat. So hence today I pasted it. All
Okay.
right. Okay. So the rest of the people who haven't joined, we will be able to share the recordings. Should not be a problem. Um, Look at the all these interview questions, right? Anyway, you have a doubt, just ask me in WhatsApp or use this session to ask me. And SRM represents service catalog. Okay. Look at this complete thing, and there will be few things like discovery and orchestration. You don't have to worry about that. Those are like advanced kind of topic, so you don't have to worry on that. Otherwise, wherever you have questions, just ask me, draft it and ask me. And thereafter today we will see how to create clone request and how to how to handle basics of service portal, right? So let us look at clone request. So before jumping on to the topic of clone request, I'll tell you what is clone, right? For example, as I told you, every organization will have a production instance, will have a development test stage. Like they might have more than 3 instances or 2 instances, because you cannot develop something in the same instance, test something in the same instance, and give it for users in the same instance. You need an instance for development. You need to migrate the code to a test instance where end users or testers will validate it, and thereafter, if everything goes well, that will be taken to production. So you in fact have 3 instances. Minimum of any organization has minimum of 3 instances, right? As in the data as in like let us say in development instance, uh, people do not create incidents on development instance, right? Even if they create, it's for testing only or development work. The actual day-to-day data will be available always in production only, right? So people tend to clone one instance with the other. So let us say I take a clone of production and put it in dev. So what happen is dev becomes a Xerox copy of production. Now the question is, what happened to the work that I've done in dev? It will all get vanished unless and until it is already there in production, right? I'll repeat again. So in production, let us say you have 100 business rules, okay? In development, let us say there were 100 business rule, obviously, because development is always a clone of production, right? In addition to that, in the last 1 month, you have been working on a project, and because due to which you created plus 10 more business rules. Now, what people tend to do is this 10 business rules will be captured in the update set, right? So that will be moved to test environment. And after that, if everything goes fine, it will be moved to production. Now, how many do you have in production? In production, you will have 100 plus 10, which is 110 update sets, right? Now, just imagine it has moved from dev to test, but it did not make it to production for some reason. And simultaneously or after 2 days, you have a clone of production to dev. What will happen is your dev will be completely removed, and uh, it will have the latest version of what you have in production. What you have in production, you have only 100 business rules. Why? Because we did not move the code from test to production or dev to production. So whatever work you have done, it's all gone. For that only, usually developers, what they do is they will always take a backup of their XML update set. Even if it gets cloned, so all your work has been wiped off, right? So what they will do is they will re-import the XMLs of your update sets, right? And I'll show you how to create a clone request. So this clone request is a very routine process of any administration role. Like companies tend to do clone every 2 weeks or every 1 month. Some companies even do every 1 week, but every 1 week is very close time period. So people do every 2 weeks, right? Any question on what is the necessity of clone um, and the clone overrides, something like that? Any question?
Uh, Means like, so as per our knowledge, ServiceNow is the cloud. So from where we used to clone the, what to say, instance,
Okay.
like all these features.
Okay. In left navigation, you type clone request. Okay. When you type clone, you will see clone profiles. Here there is only one profile. That one profile is nothing but system profile. You have not created any other profiles. Let us create a new profile. In your company, if you see, you will see that this clone profiles module will have dev 562 dev. Dev info, Infosys test, Infosys stage. For example, let us say your ServiceNow instance belongs to Infosys. So it will say like that. Or XYZ company test stage, like that. It will have multiple clone profiles for each of the sub production instances that you have, right? I'll repeat. So in clone profiles table, you're supposed to have like, let's say an organization have 5 instances. They have purchased 5 instances. One could be development, another could be test stage. So uh, it will have that many entries in clone profiles table. Now this is just a PTI, and it is not like you have another sub-production instance, nothing like that, right? So the clone profiles are empty. Now what we will do is we will create clone profiles. If you look it in your company instance, you will already have it. Unless and until it is a newly purchased instance, you will already have it. So I'm trying to create a new clone profile. So I'll give Vishnu's instance, and okay, so it says the target instance. Target instance means to which instance do I need to clone to. So this is Vishnu's instance, right? I'll copy. So I just search for Vishnu's instance. I can't find it because in the list of instances list, I don't find it. So I have to make a entry here as well. Instance URL, right? And I will use some credentials which has a proper admin access. So mine itself has an admin access, right? So I'll put trainer password and submit. Authenticating target. Destination does not allow clone request typically used by live. Does not allow clone request typically used by live production instance. So these things you're facing because these are personal instances, but in company instances, if you try to create, it will work absolutely fine. Allow clone target, right? So there's a property called allow clone target. In default, it is inactive. Okay, so it says that such that Vishnu's record everything will be overridden and it will come from my instance. But in order to do that, I have to enable this property. I can't do it because this has been marked as read only. But in company instance, it will work absolutely fine. Okay, so let us say you have those things up here. So what you do is once that record clone profile is created, right? So you will enable like amount of data copied from large tables, like the entire data needs to be copied or just last 90 days data. So everything you will mention here. And then once it is saved, so here you go to that clone profile that you have created, and here you say create clone request, right? So you click on create clone request. So it will ask you for date and time. Okay, so here you need to put your instance name and schedule start time, and then upon this completion of this activity, to whom we have to notify that list of people email addresses. Usually you would put your managers and all of these people email addresses, and then whichever you want to enable. These are self-explanatory. If you read it, you can understand. So if you want the last 9 days data or the full data, all of that you can do it. And you could also, some companies kind of schedule it, like clone it every month, like every month like that they do it, but it is not recommended to schedule it, because sometimes you tend to forget, right? Like, okay, we have a clone now. What will happen if you tend to forget? We will not take backup of our work and we will forget, which will result in wiping off all our work that we have done. It is a lot of time wasted, right? So instead of that, this creating a clone request, it only takes you from 2 to 5 minutes. So people tend to do it manually every month or every 2 weeks, based on their organization's requirement or instructions. So you just submit it, and the one more thing is actually, so if I need to clone like next minute, I cannot do it. So what will happen is it will show up an alert saying that your clone request, when you submit, it will show, but I cannot submit now because it's a mandatory field and I do not have any reference values here. You need to have at least 4 hours. Like for example, Right now I'm in IST, so it's 9:30, right? I should at least keep it like 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. as my clone start date. Otherwise, it will not work. Minimum of 4 hours in prior, and maximum of, you can even schedule a clone for next year also, should not be a problem. So like that you can do it. So this clone request is completely handled in your own instance. You don't have to go to any other logins or anything. And sometimes there will be requirement that you need to preserve few clones, right? Meaning, I'm saying you that the entire production data gets copied to development data, and whatever is data is available in development, it gets wiped off, right? There will be few requirements, like for example, in production nobody will have admin roles, right? But in development, like there will be 10 developers who have admin roles. If your entire production data gets copied to development, what will happen? People having the admin roles in development will get wiped off, right? Then how will they be able to log in? Even if one person at least has an admin role, they can give it to other people. But imagine nobody has an admin role in development, and production also did not have, and it gets copied. So it will result in a big mess, right? So this is one example of when you need to do an exception. So in order to do such thing, there is few things called clone preservers, right? Preserve data. So here we will define, there are out of box 88 preservers already there in the system. I'll create one and I'll tell you for this specific requirement of admin role, right? So how do we do that? Preserve, just it's a name that I can give, preserve um, admin roles users. Table is sys underscore user underscore has role, right? Because admin role and all is stored in that table only. So I'm opening up a system administrator record. You can find that if you scroll down, you'll find a related list. Sys user has role, right? And I'll put role is admin. So what this will do is it will completely clone, except that it will preserve the data in this user role table wherein role is admin. Those records alone will be preserved in your target instances. Now this preserver setup, you want this to be mapped to development or test or stage, you will declare it here. Like in edit, if you click on, it will show you company dev, company test, company stage. So in whichever instances you want this functionality preservers to be happening, you will save them. Like right now we will not find anything because we don't have profiles created. But in your company instance, you will have dev, test, stage, like that. So whichever instances you want this to be happening, you will put their names there, right? Any doubts with clone preservers?
No, no.
Okay, next is, give me 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah, so if there isn't any doubt with clone preservers, I'll take you to exclude tables. Like these are data preservers, right? For example, you have a table, and in that table, you want to clone the complete table, but just to preserve few things. Preserve means what? Like like saving, right? So saving data, as the name suggests, data preserver, like only few
Hello.
data of that table. Yes, Neha.
Do we repeat this preservation wala procedure every time we clone the data?
No,
Or
one time you set it up, job done.
okay,
Single time what you do is creating a clone request is what you do every single time, right? There's a module called request clone. So you will say which profile, like dev profile or which profile, and this will be automatically populated, like your instance URL and time. Just it's a 2 minute job, in fact. this is what you do every month or every week as per your company's requirement. These and all is like one time setup or recurring setup, as in like a new requirement coming, like hey, like we have a table called uh, you know um, a grocery shopping table, we want the data to be retrieved, sorry, preserved, like that. If they come up with a new requirement, at that time you will create new entries. Otherwise it is just a one time job. Requesting for clone is a periodical job, like whenever you want to do a clone you have to request. That also can be automated based on clone frequency, but I would not recommend, or any organization is right now not comfortable with scheduling it, because the job itself takes some 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't want to schedule it, they feel that takes a right, as in let us assume that the clone is happening on a Sunday and nobody is available on Saturday or something. Usually every time before the clone happens, before 4 hours they will get an email that hey, we have a clone in 4 hours. But what if somebody does not notices and does not take a backup of the development work that they've done? All data is lost, right? So the stakes are high, so people still are comfortable with manually raising this request. It's because it's just this is what is currently being followed in a lot of organizations. You understood, Sneha, the reason why we have data preservers and this functionality and benefits?
Yes, yes.
All right. So let us assume there is a requirement wherein you want to do a clone, but not just a data preserver, but entire table itself you want to preserve. For example, let us say you have created a new development work. In that part of the development work, you have two tables, like supermarket and clothing. You have two tables created, okay? That complete table you want to exclude from cloning. If that is a requirement, just you have to make an entry on that specific table. For example, create new clone excludes, give a name for it, like the name is nothing but the table name. For example, custom. Imagine the backend name of the table is custom supermarket. So you have to give it as like this. And again, similar to data preservers, you need to define for which all table this clone exclude should work. So the difference between data preserver is that data preserver is capable of preserving the data that satisfied the filter, that satisfied this filter, whichever records in this table that satisfy the filter, that only will be preserved, right? But clone excludes, its name itself is self-explanatory, right? Exclude the table. Which table? This table. In which all instances, whichever instances listed out here, right? Fine. So this active clones will tell you like what are the clones that we have requested, and it is in schedule and all of that. Clone history will tell you in the past how many clones has happened, at what time it started, what time ended. And clone will take some 4 to 6 hours or sometimes 3 hours. You don't have to log in or do anything. At that time, system will be a little slow. So you're not recommended to do a clone schedule on peak production hours. Like for example, let us say the company's main location is US, so you better do the clone on Indian time zone or complete opposite time zone, so that you know that okay, there's very less people or no people going to log in at that time. Similar to how you do that server maintenance, right? Server upgrade, degrade, upgrade or restart and all, you will do it only in off hours, not in the working hours. Like that clone also, people do it only on Sundays or probably nights, like that only they will do, because there will be a little slowness in the system. And at that time you will not be able to work on development test or stage. In production you will be able to completely work on, it should not be a problem, because the data is getting cloned from production to some other instance, right? So the original will not have a problem. The duplicates where it's creating a clone, there only it will have a problem. And one more thing is, like for example, you have registered a clone for, let us say, 2 in the afternoon. Now at 1 o'clock somebody creates an incident in production. That 1 o'clock data will not be copied, because that clone data is a backup of 4 hours prior, right? I'll repeat. Let us say time is right now 9:30. Okay, as of 9:30 we have 100 incidents in our production. At 10:40 or 11:40 you get it like 200 incidents in your production. At 2 o'clock you have 400 incidents in your production. In exactly at 2 o'clock only the clone is happening. So in development you cannot expect the system to be having 400 incident records. Instead you can expect it to have only 100 incidents. Why? Because it will take a data backup of 4 hours prior, which is nothing but current time, right? Because in exactly 4 hours I have scheduled the clone, right? So as per the calculation 4 hours prior, let us say on September 4th, 1 month from now, okay, at that time 10 in the morning you schedule a clone for September 4th. Now itself you schedule, imagine. So that cloned data will be a backup of morning 6 o'clock, but the actual clone will happen at morning 10 o'clock. But the data that backup is happening, the final data that you will see it in production instances are morning 6 o'clock data. Clear? Right. So you have another thing called cleanup scripts. So what cleanup scripts does is after the clone has happened, uh, what are things you need to do in production instances, right? You don't want to do them manually. You want the system itself to do. So all these scripts you will write it here. So as I told you, glide records are super important. Once you're clear of your glide records, and the glide as script includes everything, can be any script section. You don't have to worry. You will be able to understand things very easily. Now, um, see, like one important thing that you need to do in production instances is that email sending, right? Email sending will always be disabled in production. Why? If you enable, what will happen? From development instance or test instance, people are going to get actual emails, which is a problem, right? Why would somebody wants to receive an email in Outlook from a production instance or a testing instance, right? So this will always be disabled, either disabled or enabled with a testing email address. Uh, like every company, they might have a testing email address for each of the application. Like ServiceNow is one product, right? For this product they will create a dummy mailbox. So they will enter that mailbox name here. So what will happen is, instead of sending the emails to actual users, like for example David Lu or Able Tutor, instead this testing email address, to this address only it will send. So these are the things that we need to be sure, like, because when you take a clone in production, it will always be enabled with yes, and it will not have any test email address, so that it goes to the genuine people. But in development and test, you don't want that to happen. So what you do is, you need to either disable this as per company's requirement, or else enable this and enter a testing email address, right? So now how do you do this? Like after each clone you cannot like log in, because sometimes clone happens 3 hours, sometimes it takes 4 hours, 5 hours, right? So you cannot be very sure when it will happen. So what you do is, all your requirement you will put it in uh, clone cleanup scripts. So for example, this scripts enables it makes a functionality of disabling emails. You have a property called see, when I hover, it says, right, this is the display name, but the actual backend name of the property is showed in this question mark. In question mark, do you see the property name is glide email smtp active? So as you can see, glide email smtp active. So they're setting the property of this property with the value false. And email read, okay, so email receiving enabled, what they're doing, oh, that also they're disabling. So this property, both the properties are disabling. For example, in your company, if you have requirement that received, you want to mark it true, put it true. Only sending, you want to disable it, mark it false. Like that, it depends. So if you click on clone, type in clone, you'll see clone profiles. As I told you, clone profiles are a list of the sub-production instances that you have in your company. Request clone helps you to request clone. Just you need to enter which to which instance it has to be cloned, and what is the time, and whom to notify once it is done. Those three data, that's it. and then whatever is the current ongoing clone will be shown here, and the future scheduled ones will be shown here, and this history will show all the past and the present and the future data, everything will show here. And excludes tables, like whichever tables you want to cloning, that all data will be stored here. It is nothing but which are the profiles you want to map it and which tables you want to exclude. Again, preserve data explained, clone cleanup scripts I have explained. Clone targets nothing similar to clone profiles. You target instances. So with this, clone topic is completely done. This is one of the important activities of a admin job role. Sometimes developers also do it, because certain companies, they don't keep separate admin and developer. They keep developers, multiple developers, and developers take care of the administration stuff like this as well. Right? Any questions on clone? Any questions, Vishnu or Sneha?
No, no.
All right. So with that, we will go into we will get into portals. You remember I explained about portals in previous sessions also, but I will explain some more in detail. We will not be able to cover the scripting part of the portals, but the configurations part of the portal will definitely be able to do. And you obviously know this changing, this and all is native instance. Okay, they call this as native interface, and this one they call it as portal interface. Which one? The users of the portals are literally anybody in the company can use this, and primarily people who do not have any roles will have access to this by default. Like they cannot log in. If they log in, it will not take them to this page, this native interface. It will not take them. Instead, there's an auto redirection where it will take them to this page only by default, right? Now I have told you how do you change the banner and all of that. We will get into some more in detail. This is a portal, right? So you type portal in left navigation, you'll see what are the tables that is mapped to it. You see announcement, themes, page route maps, pages, all of these data, right? I know to understand portal it's going to take longer time, but I want you to know at least the ABCD of the portal, right? It's not like you know nothing about portal. You need to know at least some basics, just in case if they ask. It's not like you're a you're a very complete in minus. You at least have some ABCD understanding of the portals. That is why I wanted to introduce this, even though we do not have it in the syllabus, right? So these are menu modules. Now next question. Okay, I'll take you here. You have several portal like this. You have SP portal, you have CAB portal like this. I will explain one portal. Same logic applies to several other portals as well. So let us say you have main menu, right? I'm going to remove this up. See, it is already stored with the value called SP header menu. I'm going to remove this and save it and duplicate this page so that I can show you before and after. This is before, and let me show you the after. What do you see now? This top section is completely gone, right? This all these rectangular menus are completely gone. So this SP header menu is what is capable of showing all these data. And you have a theme called Lajola. Let me remove this and save it. Now I'll refresh it for you to see what has gone off now. Okay, so what has gone off now? This header, the complete header banner has gone off, right? So that was the theme. Header and footer both would have gone off. So this theme is capable of making up your header and footer. Similarly, when you click on this place, right? When you click on ServiceNow, it tells you like where you want to take the page to. So it is right now taking us to a page called index, right? See, this /sp is our portal name, and then a question mark, like it's like a finishing of the query, and then it is page whose backend name is index. So if I click on knowledge, the page name is kb underscore view2. If I click on catalog, the page name is sc underscore home, right? So now how do you access to these pages is left navigation, you have sp page, sp underscore page dot list. So now I see, let me take you to a page called service underscore status. So I will put in page, you have several columns. I'll put id. Id is service underscore status. So you see this service underscore status page, right? Similarly, let me put you to kb underscore view2. So all these table, page data, you will see it here. So what I'm trying to say is that whenever you click here, in native interface, I used to tell you, right, you have to watch the URL. Whatever is the URL, that is the table name. Like that in portal, you have to watch the URL. Whatever is there in the URL after the for the value ID, that is your page name, right? So here I've clicked on one ticket and it tells me that ID is equal to ticket and table is equal to incident and sys ID is so and so. So we know that in pages table we have to look for the page ID that says ticket, and whatever is the extra, whatever is that extra after your page ID are all extra table parameters, like which table you need to access to and which record exactly you need to access to and all of that. So I will show you snapshot of this page details. So we went into this page and we can click on as open in designer or open in page editor. These are nothing but it will take you to the same place, but just the way the data is shown will be little different. So I clicked on open in designer, right? So you can see that uh, box like everything is nicely structured. But if I click on open in page editor, data is displayed to you is difficult, like kind of difficult to interpret in the starting stage. Like you will have it like this, so you will get confused, oh what is this, like that and all. So I will first of all show it in designer. These two things, this page and all is for developers only. Like when we try to develop a page, how do we develop the page? Like this is how you develop a page. So you have a lot of containers, right? Let me duplicate this. So in page, in one tab I had opened it in designer and one tab I opened it in page editor. As you see, the page name is service underscore status, right? So it contains lot of components. So it basically contains two containers. This is one container, right? You see a bigger box. This is one container and the next one is this one big container. So you can see one container and the second container. Let us see what the first container has. First container has one breadcrumbs widget. You call these small boxes as widgets. That is where your script will be written. So you have a breadcrumbs widget, you have a type ahead search widget. So as you can see in the container number 1, you have one row, right? This is one row, right? One row and two columns. So one row and which is divided into two columns, and each column has one component. One first column has breadcrumbs, second column has type ahead search. So if you ask me what is a breadcrumb and what is a type ahead search is, you see home status, right? Like breadcrumb, like you can it's like a filter breadcrumb, like which page are you right now. Like if you want to go to home, if you click here it will go to home, like that. And this one is type ahead search, like uh, it's nothing but a global search. So this one is called a breadcrumb and this one is called a type ahead search. So that is what is given here: breadcrumbs, type ahead search, right? Breadcrumbs, type ahead search. Now let us see container number 2. This, I told you, the second container is a very big box. Inside that, how many rows you have? You have one row. This is one row. I don't see any column, right? Because there is no divider in the middle. So it's just one row. And then again, okay. So for the first row is only one column. and the second row is 2 columns. This on the left and this on the right. Second row. That's all. Now here you see first row it has only one column, second row it has two columns. So second row is fine, but in first row also it says two columns, right? But why did we not see the data is possibly because sometimes in reports, you remember I told you that scheduled reports will not send email. We enabled skip if empty. Likewise, they might have created a script like if there is no planned maintenance records available to display, then don't show that daba, like show that box empty, like that they might have done. That is why it is not showing in your page designer. Right, any confusion with or a question with the structure hierarchy, like what is what, like okay and all, right? And now this all is like drawing drawing a pattern to position how this place, like row, column, defining positions is what I have explained you now. Now what is the data it is going to contain is a bigger question. So as I told you, no scripts involved in this row, column. These are all like drag and drops. You just identifying and forming a pattern to position the data. Now the actual scripts are placed in widgets. It's called sp underscore widget. You can see sp underscore widgets, or else you can click on this pencil icon also. So any widget has four components: body, CSS, client, and server side. Server side and client controller. Portal is actually a very huge topic, and we have separate trainings for portal. So, but for you, along with this course, I wanted to explain you few things at least, so that you know which is what and what where it is available, like that. So this you see the planned maintenance data here, right? In order to bring this one data, they write these many lines of codes. So this one is actually simple only. Like once you understand the logic, the same will be. If you know a basic HTML, in previously it will be helpful. Otherwise, also no problem. And if you don't know portal, also it's absolutely fine, because not companies used to have separate portal developers. So it's not required that you need to necessarily know AngularJS. So the scripting and all is actually AngularJS, and with HTML, which is basics and some styling. But if you don't know any of these components also, it's absolutely fine, because a lot of companies have separate exclusive developers for portal alone. So this is just one portal is just one component of ServiceNow. So if you don't know that, it doesn't mean that you can't work on it. Like you will be getting requirements 70 to 80% on the native interface only, like what all we have learned till date, right? Notifications, business rules, client scripts, and all of that. This is like similar to designing a interface, like designing a web page. So companies have different developers for exclusively for developing this portal. But I'm telling you, if you take like if there are very small basic queries, you should at least know like what is this, instead of being a minus in that. You should know what is this. That is why I told you, okay, I'll teach you this, what each component is for and all of that. Right, any questions? And this portal, you don't have to develop it fresh, right? The portals is already available. You will get a requirement that, hey, I want to introduce one more dabba in that, or I want to remove this and instead keep this one. You will get small requirements like that. So in order to do that, at least you need to have some basic data, right? That is why I said. And one more thing is, there's a shortcut. You remember I used to tell you that control alt shift j. In order to bring the JavaScript executor, you have Control Alt Shift J, right? Where you can write your client script. Instead of writing a client script on on this table, you can just write it here, so that it helps you to um, for debugging or testing. Like it's easy like that. Instead of going to pages table, opening the pages, opening instance and the widget, there's another shortcut. Like hover on to any of these places and do Control right click, right? Control right click. Normal right click, if you do, it will show like this only, but you have to press control and right click. If either way, you use a Mac or a Windows machine, just this control or command and right click. So here you will easily be able to navigate, and like editing container background, all these small things you can do right away here, right? So editing background color of this particular row alone, so all these small things you can do. And widget in editor, it will take you directly to that widget. So this is one shortcut you might want to know. So this is all about portals. And you practice on today's yesterday's exercise, six things by tomorrow. Do your best to complete all these six by tomorrow. If everything goes fine tomorrow, August 5, right, we will have integrations. Tomorrow is Thursday, right? August 5 and 6 will be integrations. So with that, our syllabus should be completed, and next 1 week we will have a time to we will have sessions, on demand basis, based on if you have any queries with whatever we've learned all these days. So next 1 week it will all be done. You should be good to go with your job search, and you can contact our Dediforce admin team in case you require any help in joining a job or something. Uh, there are teams to help you with that as well.